and P&L. His deep skills on digital transformation levers like automation, cloud design, thinking, security, etc., has won him applause across the globe. He's also accountable for public cloud security business in Fortinet, and his goal is to help organizations secure their public cloud infrastructure and workloads. Enough?
Bas, badhiya. First class.
We will now have a panel discussion on the topic of changing face of channel business from cloud perspective. As the future is digital, we need to improvise on our ways and skills of working in this industry. And the moderator for this panel discussion will be Shailaja Nandan Nayak, Head of Marketing in Gram Micro India. The panelists, please, I'd like to welcome Mr. Vishal Vasu, Director and Chief Technology Officer, Dev IT. Mr. Manish Tandon, Managing Director, Questa Software Systems. Mr. Alok Gupta, Vice Chairman, iSoda. That's how we pronounce that?
iSoda, huh?
iSoda. Mr. Vijay Muthu, Public Cloud Security Sales, Fortinet. इनके बारे में भी एक-एक लाइन अभी लिख लूंगी जब ये keynote address हो रहा होगा. The next panel discussion will be on the topic of women in IT, which I think is a matter of great lookout for now, because things are growing and we are emerging as leaders in various industries. The moderator for this session will be Ms. Lata Singh, Director Partner Ecosystem, IBM India, South Asia. Please welcome the panelists for this discussion. Now, Dhriti Chatterjee, Founder, Deck Vision, Partner, Didactics, right, sir?
Yeah.
Partner, Didactics, IT Solutions, LLP, and Book Cafe, Biotech.
Yeah.
Ratna Singh, Co-Founder and Director, Eventus Tech Solutions Private Limited. Manasi Saha, Director, Macaws Infotech. Macaws,
yes.
Macaws Infotech. Prachi Bhatnagar, Founder and Managing Director, Chief Strategist, People Ventures.
Right.
Devinder Kaur, Director, Softel Solutions Private Limited. The panel discussion will happen. I will be offline then, like I'll not be here. Once it ends, I will sum up according to what these guys will be speaking. I will write down a line or two based on their speeches and close it. Now we will have a musical break. So we have something to brighten up your souls. Let's hear to this. We will have the music that you will play. If you want to do a dry run for that, you can do that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. I'm just checking. So it might take a second or two, just don't be impatient. सारा मैं देख लेता हूँ. Disable annotation, hide video panel, hide. Okay, share sound. Sound आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है?
अभी तो सर कुछ चल ही नहीं रहा है. Yes, आ रहा है. But this is the Ganesh Vandana.
Right. So this is the Ganesh Vandana. Just check. अब मैं अगर कर्सर घुमाता हूँ, आपको दिख रहा है क्या? I'll have to be very careful. ठीक है. This is okay. This is fine. Okay. मैं इसको बंद कर रहा हूँ अभी. Okay. Now award का देख लेते हैं. Award कैसे play होता है?
So it's time now to introduce the top 100 cloud evangelists. Let's see who are the awardees.
आ रहा है? आवाज आ रहा है? Excellent.
We begin the Cloud Summit Awards.
It's not coming.
Slide is changing here.
Sharing was stopped us. एक सेकंड में इसको करता हूँ. इस शायद एक लगेगा इसका टाइम हल्का सा. मेरे को ना हटाना पड़ेगा इसको. एक बार हो जाइए. I'll have to remove this from the.
Otherwise it will keep on popping up like this, which will not look good.
Right. तो इसको मैं अभी फिलहाल के लिए हटा दिया मैंने. अब just let me go. बाहर चला गया कहीं, डिलीट तो नहीं कर दिया?
This is the task.
हाँ वो तो है, सारे चीज यही है. Cloud Summit coming. Right, this is our okay. Now I'm आ गया. अवार्ड कहाँ गया? अवार्ड now it is coming. आवाज आ रहा है अभी?
Yes sir.
Moderate, loud, कैसा है?
Cloud Summit Award वाली slide है अभी तो. Awardees का
मैं
slide.
play कर रहा हूँ, नीचे play कर रहा हूँ. हाँ बोलिए.
So let's begin with announcing our Cloud Summit Awards. ये winners के नाम हैं.
नहीं, application. This is a category.
Okay, so the first category is Application Developers of India for 2021, and the winner is E-Square System and Technology. ये उसी कैटेगरी के विनर हैं.
नहीं, सेम कैटेगरी का 4-5 रहेंगे. उसके बाद 3 कैटेगरी.
No order, like all are same.
नहीं, ये जो कैटेगरी है ना, ये तो है ओवरऑल इवेंट का. एप्लीकेशन डेवलपर्स ऑफ इंडिया 2020 में कैटेगरी इसमें जा रहा है. क्या
ISB of India 2021. The winners are AI Lifeboat, CXOs Technologies Private Limited, CDP India Private Limited, Wave Information Technology Limited, Digital Glue, Fourth Dimension Software Services India Private Limited, ICT Circle, New Allies Global Technologies Private Limited, Inspire Automation LLC, Prayosha Food Services Private Limited, Proteus Technologies Private Limited, Protect Manis Solutions Private Limited, Solution Enterprises, Tectonic.com, ZNet Technologies Private Limited. Next category.
Then last category.
The winners will be announced for Cloud Partner of India for 2021. The winners are ABHI Technologies.
Abhi Technology.
Abhi Technology. ACPL Systems. Edit or Adit? Adit Microsys Private Limited. Advicent Consulting Services Private Limited. Aero PC Network Private Limited. Asset Infotech Limited. Atos India Private Limited, Aurora Global Connect, Central Data System Private Limited, Cherry Labs Technology Private Limited, CloudFats, Comprompt Solutions LLP, CompuSoft Advisors India Private Limited, Cybernex Technologies, Data Bank Computer Services, Delta Craft Solutions Private Limited, Dynacon Systems and Solutions Limited, Esconet Technologies Private Limited, eSoft Online, Envision Software Vision Software Private Limited, Future IT Services, Larry Solutions, Infotech Computers and Communications, Indonesia Global Technologies Private Limited, Inside Business Machines Private Limited, K Plus Infotech Private Limited, Macau's Infotech, Magnanimous Systems Private Limited. मेरा ऑनलाइन में शो चल रहा है सर, मैं आपको कॉल बैक करती हूँ बड़ी काम के. ठीक है, थैंक यू. Medley India Info Solutions Private Limited, Network Tech Lab Private Limited, Encapsule IT Solutions Private Limited, Pentagon, Progression Infonet.
अच्छा, ऐसे करके ये सारे आपको पता होगा. हाँ, ये सारे तो आप कर लेंगे. मैं देखता हूँ कौन सा वाला जो थोड़ा सा ट्रिकी हो.
Silicon, SkySurge, offline services,
Smart, super
informatics,
Taras,
team computers, tech
Gyan,
PM services, Tricom multimedia, Tech Connect Pro, Umbrella Infocare,
Vips,
Infosol, WebRec India, Excel Host Cloud Services, Express.
बस हो गया, खत्म.
ठीक है. And then vote of thanks. Vote of thanks कौन देगा सर?
संजीव का नाम vote of thanks में रख लो. मैं संजीव को बोल देता हूँ. संजीव कहाँ गया? संजीव, अरे वो क्या होता है ना लास्ट मोमेंट में. संजीव, थैंक्स. अच्छा, आपको देखना, आपको मेल आया है क्या वैशाली से? ये वाला जो लिंक मैंने अभी भेजा है. Have you received that link?
I have received the mail from her. Yes. I was trying to log in, but I think the host has not yet started. So.
हाँ, नहीं, ठीक है फिर तो. So I'm keeping it as it is. I'm not just changing, closing it. So you can go offline. I'm also going offline. In the sense कि वीडियो सारा ऑन रहेगा, ऑफ रहेगा, right? So let's rock, okay?
Yes.
All the best. और कुछ तो नहीं है ना, हम जानते हैं. Anything happens that you and me can sort out. Except
in the meanwhile, I'll just put on the introduction for because you know sir, keynote speaker panel discussion का जो introduction है as it is वो ज्यादा है क्योंकि चार लोग हैं. अगर मैं भी हर एक पैनलिस्ट को इंट्रोड्यूस करूंगी, चाहे मैं एक लाइन भी बोलूं तो एक मिनट जाएगा. So that will be very long and plus the
moderator. नहीं, वो लोग करेंगे नहीं, वो करेगा नहीं. कौन सा जो क्या नाम है, मॉडरेटर नहीं करेगा, तो मॉडरेटर सीधा हिट करेगा पैनल डिस्कशन. ठीक है, तो मैं एक लाइन लिख लेती हूँ अभी. हाँ, एक लाइन कर लीजिए. ठीक है. बाकी अगर इंट्रोडक्शन लिखना है इवेंट के ऊपर, आप 2-4 लाइन का क्लाउड के ऊपर लिख सकते हैं. पैंडेमिक के वजह से ये सारा हो रहा है. जो था पहले का, जो था क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग, एवरीबॉडी वाज टॉकिंग, बट देयर वाज डिली फ्रॉम द एंड यूजर्स एंड, जो कस्टमर एंड है. सो उसके वजह से जो पार्टनर कम्युनिटी जो सप्लाई करते हैं उनको, दोज पार्टनर कम्युनिटी आर नॉट ऑल्सो गेटिंग रेडी. Now that the pandemic has struck, the customers do not have any choice but to adapt very quickly. When it happens, whether the partners are ready or not, whether they have got skill sets or not, ये सारा चीज मैं बोलूंगा. आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ क्या छोटा मोटा जो. I will
sum this up in one line and just put it.
हाँ, वो करेंगे. फिर टाइमिंग देख लेना. वैसे मैं सबको बोल रखा हूँ टाइमिंग क्या आपका होगा.
ठीक है सर.
They will keep their, उनको डिस्टर्ब करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. वो ले लेंगे, अपना टाइमिंग रख लेंगे. बाकी ऑल सेट, और कुछ नहीं है. ठीक है, चलो फिर मैं डाउनलोड कर लेता हूँ. मेरा जो सॉन्ग्स है ना, म्यूजिक है.
हाँ सर, ठीक है. ओके सर, देन आई एम गोइंग ऑफलाइन नाउ.
Yeah, sure. Okay. प्रज्ञा, बाय द वे.
यस सर.
बट हम लोग ना एग्जैक्टली मैं इसको ऑन मतलब ओपन कर दूंगा. ये तो प्रैक्टिस सेशन में है.
हाँ.
5 मिनट पहले मैं इसको ओपन करूंगा ताकि लोग आ जाए.
बट इसी पे लॉग इन रहूं मैं या दूसरे वाले पे करूं?
नहीं, यही है. दिस इज द वन.
ओके, सो आई डोंट हैव टू गो बैक एंड डू इट अगेन. इसी को लॉग इन रहने देती हूँ, बस वीडियो और ऑडियो म्यूट कर देती हूँ.
राइट.
ओके सर, परफेक्ट.
ओके देन.
कि मैं कुछ कहूँ कि मैं कुछ कहूँ
କଣ ଗୋଟେ 10 ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ପାଇଁ vote of thanks ଯେ formality ଯେ କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ମାନେ କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ହଁ ନାଇଁ ସେମ୍ ପଠେଇ ଦେଇଛୁ ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆଚ୍ଛା ଠିକ ଅଛି ହଁ ହଉ ହଁ ଏବେ ଆଚ୍ଛା ହଁ ହଁ ତ 2ଟା ବେଳକୁ ଖୋଲିବ ତ ଆଚ୍ଛା ହଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି 2ଟା ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆଉ ତାହେଲେ ଲଗଇନ୍ ହେଇଯାଉଛ ଟିକେ ପରେ ଆଉ ଠିକ ଅଛି
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing good. Okay, so that's good. That's you joined because it was 30 minutes of yours.
Correct.
I'll start. Okay, let me start. I'm just starting the webinar because it was in practice mode so that others can join. We can see how many people are joining by 2 o'clock, so that we can start.
Yes.
So, this side, Pragya, you have to unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. I'm there. I'm ready.
Okay. So, dot at 2 o'clock. Our first speaker is already there. Biswajit Mahapatra,
Yes,
so
sir.
leader in IBM.
Good afternoon, sir. Very warm welcome to you.
Hi, Pragya. Good afternoon.
Okay, so I'm starting it. One by one, people are joining.
Okay, and the voice is okay, right? You guys can hear me.
Voice
Yes,
is
sir.
perfect. Only thing is that you just make your voice a little bit up. That's it.
A little louder will be, I think, better.
Maybe I'll just increase.
Maybe you're sitting a little far off from your microphone.
Is this better?
Yes, sir. It sounds better.
Right. Okay.
Should we start, sir, or we should wait for?
No. I have to take out the practice session. Just 1 minute. I'm just doing something. I'll do. Okay, start the webinar. Let's see.
Technically, I think so. We should wait for another 3 minutes because we had given the invite time of 2. So maybe most audiences will join by 2.
Yeah. True. Pragya, let's start.
Yes, sir. So I think people have started messaging. We must get started. It's exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Accent Info Media, I would like to welcome you all to the Cloud Summit 2021, presented by SME Channels and Enterprise IT World. Well, the COVID-19 pandemic has actually accelerated the global digitalization. And as we hear and we definitely do agree, future is digital. It's totally digital, and we must learn and adapt to new digitally advanced technologies to benefit our businesses. This also brings us to a very important issue which needs more attention, which is the cyber security. In order to avoid costly consequences, we must learn and focus more deeply into the cybersecurity systems as well. In today's summit, we bring to you some really respected and renowned leaders and professionals with expertise in the same, who will be sharing their knowledge and according to their intelligence, they will be helping us to learn on how to focus on a cyber resilience post-COVID world. I hope that you guys are all excited for today's summit. And we will be beginning. I will explain the agenda, and I will also introduce you to the speakers, the addresses, and the panel discussions. But before that, we would like to get started on an auspicious note. And as we proudly say and believe that before we start anything auspicious, we seek the blessings of Lord Ganesha. Let's fold our hands and pray to Lord Ganesha.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय कोटिसूर्यसमप्रभा
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. With this, I would now like to quickly take you through the agenda for today. And post that, we'll be starting with the welcome address. Well, as I said, that we'll be starting with the welcome address. So the first thing that we have in the agenda today is the welcome note, which will be presented by Mr. Sanjay Mohapatra. That will be followed by our first keynote address on the topic of industry journey on cloud. That will be presented by Mr. Biswajit Mohapatra, which will be followed by the keynote address on the topic of cyber security opportunity in cloud, which will be addressed by Mr. Vijay Muthu. That will be followed by a panel discussion on the topic of changing face of channel business from cloud's perspective. The moderator for this panel discussion will be Shailaja Nandan Nayak, and we will have some esteemed panelists joining for this discussion as well. I will be introducing the panelists while we will be starting the panel discussion. We then have yet another very, very important panel discussion on the topic of women in IT, which will be moderated by Ms. Lata Singh, Director Partner, Ecosystems IBM India, South Asia, and the panelists will be introduced at the time of the discussion. We will then have a quick musical break to enlighten up your mood and to make sure that nobody gets bored while we are having some long conversations on the topics as mentioned. That will be followed by a very, very interesting award ceremony. We'll be announcing the winners for the top 100 cloud evangelists, and then we will have the vote of thanks, which will conclude the proceedings for the day. I hope this session, this summit today helps a lot of you to understand important and crucial points to grow your businesses and to save your, with the online security system, save your businesses as well. So let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. We will have the welcome address by Mr. Sanjay Mohapatra, Editor, SME Channels. Sir, could you please take over the screen and welcome everybody?
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and warm welcome to SME Channels Cloud Summit and Awards. Like every year, we do recognize our channel partners who have been contributing incessantly, continuously, day in, day out to the for the betterment of this industry. But during this time, COVID time, I can see the contribution has been actually quadrupled. First of all, thank you very much for taking time on joining this event. Of all is well at your end and all are vaccinated, which is very, very important. We are extremely under uncertain condition due to this COVID pandemic. Nothing is known to us now where we are heading, at least from the pandemic point of view. When we need to shut down, we need to open. Government directives are also flip-flopping, and the way we used to work from our offices has turned out to be working from anywhere. Although the offices have opened, directives have come that you can open your offices, but many of the large organizations, they have mandated that till 2025 or beyond that they will be allowing their employees to work from everywhere. All the remote locations. To my understanding, this is way forward. I know in some of the cities like Bombay, Bangalore, all the metro cities, which are contributing a lot to the economy and to the IT industry particularly, have opened up. We were enthusiastic, so also me, to meet and greet people and have a discussion. I don't think it is going to happen very soon. So in these circumstances, what we require that we will be sitting anywhere and our infra to follow us. Be it infrastructure, application, networking, cybersecurity, everything has to follow us. We are not in very comfortable in our periphery, in our offices. So all, wherever we are, the application has to follow us. It has to be secured. The network has to follow us. It has again to be secured. So also infra. Are they going to be with us? It used to be a big question before the pandemic, even earlier than that. But pandemic has necessitated that we have to go by that. And what is the answer? Answer is to cloud adoption. Everything has to be on services mode. From a cloud computing perspective, it has to come from anywhere. It has to chase us. It has to sit in our computer, in our environment. I can tell you very clearly, if you look at the customer perspective, customers have already started their journey to cloud very quickly. After, I think, a couple of quarters from, or months, I'll say, from the first pandemic struck to this world, to this country. Now the turn is of channel partners, those who are servicing or supplying solutions to this customer industry. They have to upgrade themselves. They have to align by the customer's requirements. I know India is predominantly a partner model IT industry. And what we require, when I talk to any CIO, any customer, I require that the customer is not, the partners are not 100% equipped with technology, with the information, with the knowledge, with the skill set to service or be a consultant to a customer, which is a challenging task. So there has to be cross training, cross learning of services and technologies for the customers, and bring them a comfort level so that the trust can increase gradually. So starting from the ideation to solutions to post-sale support, the partner needs to embed everything within them and within their system. So whenever there is a call from any customer, the escalation should not immediately go to the OEM. Otherwise, the stickiness doesn't get visible here. I know that we are never ready. Nobody was ready, but we have to be ready now. We have to live up to the expectation of the customers or the industries. It is really a struggle for most of the partners, as they are not able to become right consultant for the customers because they didn't have the infrastructure, they didn't have the people or the skilled hands with them. Now the time they should upgrade, upskill, and be consultant, and then the solution provider and service providers. So in order to bring a viewpoint, bring a clarity on this, we have created this event where the theme is Cloud Summit and Evangelist Awards, where we are awarding almost like 100 cloud partners, those who have already embraced cloud solutions within their portfolio, or those who wish to embrace those solutions. On the other side, we have got skilled people, subject matter experts like Biswajit, like Vijay, like Lata Singh from IBM. They will speak about the journey, what they are seeing in the customer space, and they will also advise you how you can take everything on your stride. So today's agenda, as Pragyan will definitely tell you, that it's already she has explained about the agenda. It's very short and sweet, but very punchy and powerful. Very important message I just want to pass here. Comparing to other years, this year we have created a twist, to twist in the tail of our event, which is bringing in more women participation here. We have created a panel discussion on the women empowerment and women in IT. So that means there will be 6 women entrepreneurs who will discuss about their challenges and their advantages. Opportunity, of course, is there. Everybody knows their challenges and advantages from a STEM perspective. They will take you through their capabilities and what they expect from the industry. So last but not the least, we'll give away 100 awards in 2-3 categories. One is obviously clouds partners or evangelists, we can say. Then we have got, we have added ISBs, those who are creating some sort of software capability or building some sort of software capability and giving solutions to the customers. And we have got the other one is application developers. So I'm encouraging everyone to go into this race, be a creator, be kind of ISB, or develop certain sort of things so that the IP can be created by you and which will help you in a long run. With this, I must again thank everyone for taking out time from your busy schedule, joining us, and enjoy the entire event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the warm welcome note. And I think now we are ready for our very first keynote address, which I, as said earlier, was on the topic of industry journey on cloud. And as very well explained by Sanjay sir, that how important it is to understand the ever-changing, ever-growing, and ever more important industry of technologically advanced industries of cloud adoption and digital transformation. So we have somebody who has deep knowledge about the same, will be sharing with us and helping us to grow further. Please put your hands together and welcome. We have with us today Mr. Biswajit Mohapatra, Partner and Executive Director, Hybrid Cloud Transformation Services from IBM. Well, he has been in the top 50 global thought leaders on cloud. Also, he has won some more than 10 CIO awards, which itself explains his expertise. His diverse industry experience in serving clients across various industries, including banking, insurance, telecom, retail, and whatnot, has helped people to grow their businesses. And today we have him explaining us on how we can grow our businesses. Let's welcome amongst us Mr. Biswajit Mohapatra. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining and a very warm welcome to you. The audience is all yours.
Thank you, Pragya. Thanks for the very nice introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. What a beautiful day it is. And I'm so glad to be here with all of you today. So I think in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to talk about what is going to be joining to hybrid cloud transformation in the post-pandemic era. Pragya, can you enable my sharing option?
Sir, I think it's already enabled. If you can just check.
Okay, yeah, it's enabled now.
Sanjay sir, would you please allow him to share his screen?
No, it's done now. You can see my screen now, right? Okay, good. So I'm going to quickly probably spend next couple of minutes talking about joining to hybrid multi-cloud transformation. As you all know, the world has changed in last several months, and so has risk. The pandemic has provided us unprecedented challenges. You already heard Sanjay ji talking about that. And in the same time, it has also presented numerous unique opportunities for all of us. The industry is at a very inflection point. And as you know, when the pandemic struck, what really happened basically to the industry? Just to give you some example, almost 4 million people was out of job in day one just to contain the pandemic due to lockdown and shutdowns. 1 billion students were out of school, and many of you probably know even now also students are struggling and exams are getting cancelled. Closure home at Indian Railways, if you know, in 167 years of history of Indian Railways never stopped ferrying passengers on its birthday. But in 2020, it could not really do that. So umpteen challenges that the pandemic really thrown, right? Just to talk about few, unemployment rate has increased. There is massive supply chain disruptions. In the same time, there are some opportunities where probably the e-commerce transactions has gone up while the traditional channels has really been struggling due to the demand fluctuations. So all these challenges kind of gave rise to thinking around how exactly organizations, enterprises can move out of those. Of course, there was digital transformation before the pandemic as well, but it was more a outside in transformation, so to say. But now more and more CIOs started thinking about how they can do that inside out transformation and become successful on the marketplace in the post-pandemic era, right? So that gave rise to evolution of a new business paradigm. As you see, the world has really become more intelligent, more interconnected, and more instrumented today. And that new business paradigm, if I really talk about, it's centered around 3 unique dimensions, 3 unique tenets. The first thing is there is evolution of new business models. Number 2, new ways to do work. And number 3, which is new expertise. When I say new business models, organizations and the entire industry has started reimagining the business processes, reinventing the industry, so to say, in terms of actionable insights, in terms of responsive operations. There is new way of doing work that has emerged, and new expertise that all of us are living by today, whether it's restless talent or really completely orchestrating your ecosystem and improving your ecosystem collaboration to meet the end objectives of your clients and thereby delivering value to your clients. And all these are bounded by all the exponential technologies that we talked about and that we are going to talk now, whether it's cloud, whether it's mobile, whether it's Internet of Things, blockchain, cognitive analytics, AI, ML, so on and so forth. So that's the new business paradigm that we are all transitioning as we speak at this point of time. And that's leading into what we call as a cognitive enterprise. Cognitive enterprise is driven by your culture of agile innovation, ecosystem expansion, leveraging exponential technologies, implementing cognitive automation as part of your day-to-day operations, including your AI, ML practices and principles, and data becoming new normal. So everything is fueled by data today, right? And you need to leverage next-gen applications to make your cognitive transformation journey successful. And if you really look at all these 6 tenets, again, all these are built upon a foundation, which is nothing but your secured hybrid multi-cloud platform. And that's why cloud becomes so important for all of us today, because that's probably becoming your new normal today. And all of your new business paradigm, your reinvention of business models are going to build upon those sound cloud transformation practices and principles. So why cloud is important, right? So the era of cloud, if I just quickly talk about some of the analysts' point of view in the marketplace today, almost 75% of the organizations today even do not have fit for purpose cloud strategy. Large number of organizations, though there's a huge rush to adopt cloud, hopping into public cloud environments, but there is no real cloud strategy that I see at the client's end at this point of time, right? Of course, moving into cloud, public cloud is important, but when you talk about a large enterprise, so much complexity is involved in terms of regulations, in terms of a lot of legacy workloads, right? In terms of optimizing the entire environment, right? So many platforms, technologies, operating systems. Just hopping into cloud, public cloud may not be the right answer at most times. So we need to really go to the place where your clients are. You need to go to the place where you meet your clients and have a hybrid multi-cloud point of view, which is going to be your winning architecture. So having a fit for purpose cloud strategy is extremely important today when we provide digital transformation solutions to our clients. The second point, if I talk about, even today, there is large gap in the multi-cloud strategy for our clients. 50% of large enterprises will have a business-driven multi-cloud strategy by 2025. That's what Gartner is predicting today, right? And almost 85% of large enterprises will have a cloud-first principle by 2025. So there is huge opportunity, and in the same time, huge challenges that each one of us as service providers, as system integrators, as ISVs and OEMs really need to address in the coming days. So the value of hybrid cloud, I already talked about moving from public cloud, right? A research done by IBM as part of our cross-industry assessment in 2020, we strongly believe with data points that value derived from hybrid multi-cloud platform and operating model is going to be 2.5x times the value derived from a single platform or single cloud vendor. And of course, this value is going to be delivered to our clients if there is a sound platform strategy that our clients are following, which is of course at a startup speed and enterprise scale. So that's extremely important for the success of our clients' digital transformation journey. But how that journey looks like, maybe the slide looks a bit complicated, but let me just talk about what exactly I'm trying to say here. Let's come to the very ground level. Look at any of our clients, whether a banking client, or whether it's a telecom client, right? Or an insurance client, or a healthcare company, right? So if you really look at the evolution of these clients over a period of time, maybe 50 years old client, right? So into business for last 50 years, last 70 years, right? Of course, there is not going to be a sound enterprise architecture strategy. There will be multiple platforms, multiple technologies. And when I talk to CIOs, most often the thought dilemma that CIOs bring into the table is that, hey, I have so much burgeoning number of applications. My entire application landscape is bloated, multiple platforms, multiple technologies. I have mainframe COBOL, natural PL1 in my inventory. In the same time, I have not so legacy applications like the recent applications, like my newer applications are built on maybe main stack with MongoDB, Express Scripts, AngularJS and Node.js. And of course, there are also applications which are built using Fortran, C, C++, Java, .NET, whatnot, basically, right? So, and so many application servers, WebSphere, WebLogic, JBoss, Wildfly, or so many databases, Oracle, SQL Server, and all. How do I manage it? How can I really contain my cost with such a ever-burgeoning list of inventory that I have? And of course, there are also challenges related to skills. Today, probably I do not get anyone to work on my legacy mainframe technologies. And we all know, right? The newer generation, if you ask them to work probably on COBOL, they will run away from your company today, right? So those are the challenges every organization is facing today. So then how this ecosystem will be managed, basically, right? How do you really come up with a sound strategy to really assess the application portfolio of client organization based on business value, based on technology value, based on cost value, as well as strategic value, and come up with a roadmap to say that, hey, out of my 2,000 applications or 20,000 applications in my portfolio, maybe these are the percentage of applications, and these are the applications that can be tolerated, that can be integrated, that can be migrated or eliminated, right? And elimination, again, a lot of non-value adding applications within the enterprise in last several years, right? And if you really eliminate those, the cost savings that you get, that itself could become a self-funding initiative for your future cloud initiatives. So at the very beginning, doing cloud strategy, creating that roadmap for hybrid multi-cloud implementation is extremely important. Identifying those target dispositions are extremely critical. Of course, you are, as part of your disposition identification, as part of your CIO advisory and cloud advisory strategy, you are not only identifying the dispositions, also you are defining the target operating model for your future hybrid multi-cloud journey. Once you do that, based on the affinities, based on the dependencies, you have to identify what of my workloads are really candidates of moving to cloud. And when I say moving to cloud, it's probably more lift and shift rehost kind of work where you migrate workloads to cloud as is, or there may be opportunities where you need to modernize those workloads, rewrite those workloads, or build microservices, or strangling the monoliths and creating future microservices environment, or even API-ifying your entire environment, right? So that's the modernize to cloud, right? And of course, containerization is going to be a key player when you are modernizing your workloads to cloud, right? It's extremely step-by-step guided approach after your assessment. What workloads to move to cloud, what workloads to be migrated to cloud, what needs minor modifications, what needs major modifications, how do I make my web groups, how do I make my web plans so that I lift and shift those workloads to cloud. All these are extremely critical decisions that we need to really take when providing the cloud transformation solutions to our clients. There may be need where there are gaps in terms of building newer applications, cloud native applications in the environment. So there could be opportunity to build those the custom developed cloud native applications as well. And once you migrate, move, modernize, and build those applications, of course, the next stage is that when you put it into the hybrid multi-cloud environment, how do you run and manage those? Have you really deployed or employed the right DevSecOps practices and principles? Have you deployed right site reliability engineering practices or observability or chaos engineering practices to bring in right management, monitoring, tracking, as well as the right telemetry to ensure that your cloud implementation has given right value, and it's kind of becoming a successful journey for you, right? So measuring, monitoring, and tracking those telemetry and taking corrective actions are also extremely critical in this end-to-end journey. So just to summarize the whole story, cloud strategy, creating the roadmap, then moving into implementation of dispositions instead of migrating to cloud or modernizing to cloud or building cloud native applications, and then managing your workloads in the target cloud environment. That's the end-to-end journey that we need to really build in a hybrid multi-cloud world for our clients. Some of the key differentiations, I think if I talk about only one key differentiation, that's going to be automation, automation, and automation. How do you really, in the entire journey from advice to manage, run and manage, you build in static, dynamic, and cognitive automation practices into your overall implementation mechanism is going to be the deciding factor and differentiating factor. You cannot really become very successful in this cloud transformation journey without a sound ecosystem collaboration in place. You need to collaborate with your hyperscaler providers. You need to collaborate with your ISVs and the product providers, your supply chain partners, right? Even your skill partners, right? So ecosystem collaboration is going to be extremely critical, right? And then this journey is to be based on core foundation practices like agile design thinking that you need to really take into account. And within your organization, focus on how industrialized your delivery model is. Have you really employed integrated service delivery model in terms of adapting right squads, defining factory-based delivery model? Those are the things you need to take into account in this journey. So with this end-to-end journey in mind, let me just talk about one of the client example that you all could relate to, right? I'm going to talk about one of the largest banks in Europe, which was established in, if I remember correctly, around 1856, right? So very old bank. And as you know, the way banks grow, if it's an old bank, so you will have plethora of old technologies running on mainframes, as you see on the slide, and there may be a lot of mid-range applications, enterprise applications. And what was the challenge for this bank, basically, right? When I talked to the CIO of the bank, the key challenges that the CIO brought in is about declining operating margins, right? Many banks are struggling today with declining operating margins, right? Increased regulations, and they are not able to really comply to the regulations quickly because of those old monolithic legacy applications within the enterprise. And of course, there is strong need of security, and all of us know it's no-brainer. I'm not going to really spend much time on talking about the need for security in today's world, right? But because of the old limitations, old architectures and applications, the heightened security requirements are also a challenge in the bank. And in the same time, more and more today's customer looking for empowerment, which probably bank was not really able to provide to its customers in its fullest capability. And then disruptive competition all around, starting from the new fintechs, and which was really pushing the bank to the corner, basically, right? So these are the challenges the CIO was really facing to solve, and that's the place the CIO wanted our help, right? And we together worked and created a strategy with what we call as We Create 2021, We Create 2025 strategy for the bank, where we work together in terms of defining how the bank can move into a more modern, more resilient architecture. What are the kind of cognitive automation capabilities that can be introduced into the bank's operation? How the bank can do the business model innovation to become futuristic in its operations? And of course, the most important point again is boundaryless collaboration. How can there will be boundaryless collaboration between all participating in the entities of the bank to make the bank really a next-gen cognitive open bank, right? Probably in essence of time, let me talk about three particular use cases for this example. The first use case, and those of you from banking background, and of course, probably most of you will relate to this, right? The first use case, if I talk about a very easy use case, optimization of loan disbursement time, right? We all know how fast we expect the loan to be disbursed. In this particular bank's case, since there was a sequential processing due to the mainframe availability there, there's a lot of time. It was almost taking a week from loan initiation, origination to loan disbursement, right? So how do you really address that challenge, right? In today's world, if your loan disbursement takes more than a week, probably the bank is not in business, right? So how do you really break those monoliths, the mainframe COBOL applications, and build newer microservices, as you see in the chart? And how do you really make those mainframes talk to the newer microservices through REST APIs and API Connect, and then those microservices runs on the cloud environment, and in the same time, you establish a coexistence layer between your microservices and the cloud environment, as well as your mainframe in the on-premise environment, right? So that's the mechanism you have to build. So establishing that coexistence layer is extremely critical, right? Then the second use case, if I talk about, right, anti-money laundering and fraud detection, right? So since the old anti-money laundering and fraud detection system was there in the bank in the past paid 2 million euro in the fine in before 3 years, right? So how do you really stop that basically? How do you improve your capability so that you manage the risk, you proactively monitor and identify those challenges in a better way, right? So then you maybe implement, in this particular case, we implemented one of the contemporary anti-money laundering product from one of the ISVs, and then deployed our cognitive services starting from insights to integration to analytics, streaming the data, and provided and improved the fraud detection capability for the bank, right? The third part of the use case, if I talk about, which was more about a software as a service model of customer 360-degree view, right? Maybe Microsoft Dynamics was what was implemented here in a IBM Cloud, AWS, and Azure environment, right? And then to go for voice fast banking, we implemented Alexa. And of course, there was a lot of personalization at scale that was achieved through IBM Watson Analytics. So a truly multi-cloud journey, as you see, where you are on-premise, it's still on on-premise data centers and private cloud. Then you are making your microservices moving on private cloud with Red Hat as the architecture point of control, containerization control. And then you are having your customer interaction in IBM, AWS, and Azure cloud together. Combination of all those clouds, end of the day, to deliver the right value to your client. If I talk about this client, so what did we really got as value basically, right? The first thing that we got is basically we improved the customer retention rate for the bank by almost 70%, right? Then the anti-money laundering implementation helped the bank to do a faster fraud detection, right? And in the same time, the loan disbursement time was improved by almost 85% basically, right? And a happy bank, and we're still in the journey. And as I said, we create 2025 strategy, and we're in the process of still optimizing, rationalizing a lot of other banking domains, like the bank operates in retail banking, corporate banking, private banking, insurance, and financial markets, right? So we are in the journey, and we're expecting that in a 5-year horizon, the bank should be at least getting 30 million euro return on investment from what they have done now. So that's the way you could really steer your hybrid multi-cloud journey, starting from your core system modernization to the external interfacing in the multi-cloud world. And what I probably try to drive here is that, and many of us heard it before, right? Every bank, every company is a technology company today, right? But I would probably go one step ahead and add that every client is a hybrid multi-cloud modernization client today. And that's the way the whole business is really shaping up for all of us. So when I talk about the hybrid multi-cloud journey, so what is the platform that we are practicing, right? Of course, our approach is automation at scale. Our approach is open and secure everything, right? And our approach is to collaborate and build those ecosystem collaborations and ecosystem partnerships. I already talked about advise, move, build, and manage, right? We will be exploiting our partnership and exploring our partnership with vertical ISPs as well as ecosystem ISPs. And we strongly believe that hybrid cloud is going to be the winning architecture for the future, right? And it's not the joining that really what matters, but what you do to get there is most important, which probably this architectural point of control is going to deliver to our clients. We have our cloud pack offerings, whether it's application, data, integration, automation, multi-cloud management, security, and a lot of ISP tools on the Red Hat marketplace that are going to drive our differentiation. If I talk about some of the clients, right, security, right, one of the largest media and entertainment company in Europe, right, we could implement cloud packs for them to make them more secured and prohibit some of the security challenges that they had. Today, if I talk about one of the largest airlines in North America, one of the largest supply chain company in North America, right, we are implementing applications and data 4 cloud packs for them to drive them the true hybrid multi-cloud value. And all these really built upon the foundation of what we call as open hybrid multi-cloud platform that's given by Red Hat in terms of Red Hat OpenShift multi-cluster management and containerization services. And the underlying infrastructure, of course, as I said, it's multi-cloud. You could really determine whether it's on-premise, private, public cloud, or any of the hyperscaler, AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle, or Alibaba, so to say, right? So that's basically the overall hybrid multi-cloud platform that we are trying to drive. Quickly, Red Hat value proposition, no-brainer, right? So we strongly anticipate revenue increase, operating cost reduction, superior product experience, and of course, the expansion, the ecosystem expansion at scale. That's what the value proposition that Red Hat is going to bring into the table. Ecosystem partnership to accelerate hybrid cloud transformation journey, right? So our strategy, as I showed earlier, it's going to be horizontal as well as vertical ISV strategy. And IBM has invested hugely in terms of either acquisitions or in terms of building partnership with our ISV and OEM partners in terms of giving a truly differentiated solution to our clients, right? So, and this is just a non-exhaustive list of some of our partners. You may have already heard of the current acquisition of Turbonomics, Celonis partnership, right? Thought Machines, right? So we are truly trying to embrace and adopt hybrid multi-cloud journey and architectural point of control around that to make our services differentiated as well as drive real differentiation for our clients in the coming days. How do you really then set up this hybrid cloud journey? So we truly believe that 3 things, right? Collaborate, co-execute, and cooperate. So that's our mission, right? Today, there is nothing called competition, right? It's all about collaboration and cooperation and what we call as competition, right? So you work together, leverage the ecosystem, do what works best for your client, and then embrace that journey. Maybe start small, identify certain cloud transformation elements based upon certain agreed criteria with your client, deliver the value, do the pilot, show the value, and then incrementally build upon that and slowly scale the entire incremental transformation and continue doing that so that the transformation becomes part of the culture of your client's organization, right? That's the only way you can enhance the system reliability and improve the customer experience as well as the efficiency and resiliency that comes to the table. So the most important tenet that we are trying to drive, how can you manage uncertainty and navigate the complexity, right? In a traditional situation, and many of my CIO friends who are there in the meeting probably agree that the traditional approach has been always a point-to-point solution. I have a problem and I have to find a solution to address that problem. But what pandemic has really taught us today, the traditional point-to-point solution is not going to work, right? You never know what is going to hit us again after a year or so. We don't know, right? We cannot predict the future. So it's very important to do the scenario envisioning and plan for your probable outcomes, possible outcomes, and plausible outcomes so that you're better prepared to address the risks and challenges for your business that's coming on your way. So strategic envisioning is extremely, extremely important, right? And of course, by doing this hybrid multi-cloud transformation journey, your focus is to make your business completely resilient. You need to achieve that tardigrade resiliency, and many of you know what tardigrade is, and you see the photograph there on the slide. Tardigrade is a small microscopic creature which can withstand highest level of temperature, and it can also withstand the most frigid conditions in the outer vacuum. It can stay without water, without food for a long period of time, right? So it's almost probably going to exist bearing the death of the sun, probably, right? So that's the level of resiliency every business needs to really acquire today. So focus on innovation at scale, intelligent in operation, be responsive to the change, and build your efficiency, reliability, and resiliency on a sound hybrid multi-cloud transformation. That's going to be the future for all of us. That's all I wanted to share with all of you guys. Thank you very much, and thanks for being patient to me and listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing with us your outlook towards all these topics that we have discussed. In fact, your very valuable and deep expertise in managing the large-scale multi-cloud digital transformation programs, I think will be helpful for many of us who are watching and listening to you. Thank you once again for all your time. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on towards our next keynote address. And as in the beginning, we discussed about how important it is to adapt to the digital transformation and the automation that is happening across the globe. It is equally very, very important to secure your systems. And that's where comes the idea of cybersecurity and cybersecurity opportunity in cloud. That's what we are going to be talking about. Our next keynote address will be on the topic of cybersecurity opportunity in cloud. And we are so happy to be welcoming amongst us the keynote speaker for this session, Mr. Vijay Muthu, who's the Public Cloud Security Sales Officer at Fortinet. Well, just quickly a few words about him. On his very important mission to secure the public cloud in the industry, he has been working from the last 17 years, and with his experience in the industry and deep skills on the digital transformation levers like automation, cloud, design thinking, security, etc., he has been helping many organizations to secure their public cloud infrastructure and workload. We would like to welcome Mr. Vijay, and the screen and the audience is all yours, sir.
Thank you, Pragya, for that super introduction. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Cloud Summit 2021. As this event and your participation here happens against the background of a pandemic, it really goes to show the importance of the cloud and the crucial role that it plays in our lives. I will be speaking to you today about cloud security, that is cybersecurity on the cloud, and we'll be sharing with you the Fortinet POV and our strategy for combating the challenges that it presents. Let me quickly bring up my screen. Can somebody confirm, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Sure. So this is a topic for the day, and I usually like to start these presentations with what I call my 4 truths for cloud security, and I'll share them with you. Just a second. I am facing a... So I'm not able to... Yes, the 4 truths of cloud security, and what I call them is, the first truth is that all customers will move to the cloud. In the year 2021, the discussion is no more what and how, but rather when the customer will move to the cloud. New research is showing us that the pandemic has only hastened the speed of digital transformation, and more of our customers are adopting cloud every day. As you see there, 91% of the customers are saying that their cloud usage has gone up due to COVID-19. Super. So total cloud adoption, as Biswajit was also talking about, seems to be just a step away. But is that journey easy? Is it happening? Is it so easy to get onto the cloud? And for that, I need to give you truth number 2, which is that customers will not have an easy journey to the cloud. This is very interesting, especially for our channel partners here and for all who are logged in here. We usually have this popular opinion that everybody is moving to the cloud and it's all gung-ho and everything is going well. But if you look at the kind of research which is coming out, it's showing that a lot of customers are facing challenges moving to the cloud. You can see the research there. 74% of companies have moved apps to the cloud, then back to the security of the on-premise. I mean, we call this in Fortinet the bidirectional cloud highway. You know, you're moving in one side, one direction to the cloud, and then it's counterintuitive and against the logic of the day. But a lot of customers are moving back to on-prem. So somewhere they're failing in this journey to the cloud. And why is that happening? But for that, I'll have to give you truth number 3, which is that as you increase your cloud adoption, you also increase your attack surface. I mean, you would have seen the presentations which came before me also, which talk of a journey to the cloud. So you're actually on a cloud highway. And as you move further and further down the highway, you are actually moving further and further away from the security of the perimeter, from the safety of the firewall. And you're entering this no man's land called cloud, where you're absolutely open to attack and you are absolutely exposed. So what happens when you go more and more into cloud adoption is that your threat quotient, your organization's threat quotient goes up very high. And it's not a surprise then that cloud environments are now the third most targeted environment for cyber attacks, environments for cyber attack. So the fourth truth, I call this the grand truth, the cardinal truth, the great truth, is that security is the key barrier to cloud adoption. I mean, you can refer to any research, any finding, any report, and all of them will commonly agree is to this one point, that security is the key barrier to cloud adoption. And more organizations are denying themselves the journey to the cloud, are hesitating to move to the cloud because they feel that, security is a key barrier. They don't know how to manage this security challenge. So it comes as no surprise again, and there are a lot of surprises in this presentation, by the way, is that enterprises spend up to a quarter of their cloud budget on security. We are talking of a quarter of a cloud budget. So when you take a cloud budget, you need to provision for VMs, you need to provision for the software, you need to provision for resilience, redundancy. But can you imagine if somebody is apportioning 25% of that exclusively for cloud security, how important must that figure be? And recent, I can share with you the latest Gartner forecast for 2021 says that cloud security will grow by 250% year on year. So they're estimating that from last year to this year will grow by 250%. In the year of a pandemic, talking of a triple digit growth is I don't know the word for it. And that should communicate, I think, adequately to the audience the importance of cloud security and the opportunity which is available to us here. Now we have taken an outside in view, right? We are seeing what the market is telling us, what possibly we are seeing in that market. But let's try to shift direction and maybe take what I call an inside out view. I mean, let's try to visualize this challenge from a CXO's perspective, from a cloud security practitioner's perspective, and let's see what's happening there. So this is the current cloud security status in our organizations. I talk to you that because of multiple reasons, business and technical, a lot of people are adopting the cloud. So as you increase your cloud adoption, if you remember my truth number 3, your attack surface goes up, and obviously the threats that the organization face, that your CISO is facing, is going up. Now, to counter these threats, most probably our Mr. CISO would have put some applications on the cloud or on his prem to counter that threat. And the more the products that he puts there, the threats are going to generate that many more alerts. So you have threats, X number threats, but because you have, let's say, Y number products, now you're generating X plus Y number threats, alerts. And somebody needs to work through these alerts, right? Sometimes they might be like genuine script which is going to come through. Some could be like false positives. Some could be the real attacks that you need to work on. So how do you sift through all these alerts and make sense out of it? So that's tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack, and that needs to be done by your security team. And what is happening is that globally we are seeing a shortage of cybersecurity skill talent. So at one level, you're under-resourced because you do not have the skills. The second is your teams are overstressed because they need to work on this amount of alerts. So you are facing now a challenge, a major challenge, which your team is not able to scale up to. And what makes things even worse is that the knowledge sources which you have, the traditional knowledge that you have to counter such alerts and threats will not work, because these threats are sophisticated threats. The hackers are always a step ahead. They are trying to expose zero-day vulnerabilities, trying to get into the organization. So your traditional data sources will not be able to handle this kind of threat mechanism, and will also with your staff coming down, you don't have that kind of resources you can deploy. So you need an AI and ML powered response mechanism. You need an AI ML powered knowledge base, which is powering your organization. And while our CISO is doing all of this, it seems challenging. Don't forget that he needs to do this all in real time. Because in the cloud, you do not have the luxury of the perimeter. You can't quarantine and then sit and work on it. You need to do it real time. And so your available time is less. So if you look at all this, you'll understand the kind of challenge that a typical CISO is facing. And if I add to it regulatory concerns, depending on the industry, whether it's GDPR, whether it's CDPC, whether it is BESEL, SOX, whatever regulatory concerns are there, which all CISOs, the more and more we move into a cloud environment, a data environment, that is, you need to be more and more concerned about regulatory concerns. So that also he needs to manage. And then he's reading about all these attacks happening. India is now, I think, the second most highest in the world with the mobile attacks, cyber attacks, and so much. You see, it's like India sees 375 cyber attacks every day. So ultimately, if you go to your CISO and say, Mr. CISO, what is your problem? What is it that you require? He will tell you that what he requires is any application anywhere. Actually, it's any application anywhere, same security everywhere. I apologize for that mistake. It's any application anywhere. You manage any application security anywhere with the same security across your organization. So that brings me to, so your answer to that, and that brings me to, is the Fortinet Security Fabric. The Fortinet Security Fabric is the leading cybersecurity platform in the industry. It's built on basically three key attributes. One is broad visibility and protection across the entire digital attack surface, so that every kind of threat is managed. It's an integrated solution, so that means that you have the same uniform kind of an approach, visibility across the attack surface. And third is it has automated self-healing and AI-powered security. So if you look there, you'll notice that it's built on basically four key pillars. The first is your zero trust access, which is really about identifying and securing user devices on and off the network. The second pillar is security-driven networking, which secures and accelerates the network. The third, our focus for today, adaptive cloud security, is basically securing your cloud infrastructure. And the fourth piece is your FortiOS, which sits in the middle, which is basically controls all the interactions between the users, applications, and data on the security fabric. Supporting the security fabric, you notice to the top is the Fabric Management Center, which is basically does the NOC, SOC, and DevOps management. And then you have the FortiGuard Threat Intelligence, which comes from our FortiGuard Labs, which feeds the security threat feeds throughout the fabric. So basically, think of it like a cybersecurity update happening on a live tracker throughout all the Fortinet systems and applications and service across the network. And then when you build a security fabric like this, you also need to have support for open ecosystems. So which also we provide, and I'll be talking about it down the line. So I have told you about the cloud challenge. I have told you about what the Fortinet Security Fabric is and how it makes sense for CISOs to handle that any application, same security everywhere. And by now you must be curious. I have not covered what is Fortinet, and it's not new to you. You all know Fortinet. Fortinet is a global leader in security, and we deliver the broadest integrated and automated security fabric. The financials are there for you to see. We've been there for the last 20 years. We are growing at a clip level of about 20 to 25 year on year. We have the highest security investment grade rating there for you to see. I like to focus on the bottom part of this slide, which talks about the 50 integrated fabric products that we have. 50 integrated for every type of a challenge that a CISO faces. We have a product, and kindly remember, I go back to that word integrated. So wherever the challenge, we can meet that, and all of these products talk to each other. So that gives you the broadest attack surface coverage. We've got about 5 lakh plus customers. So these customers have our devices, our services on-prem or on the cloud. And we get a lot of threat inputs from them, which we ingest, and we work on that, and we give that back as a feed, as an update into all our services and products. And last but not the least, we have got about 6 lakh plus NSE certifications. We run the flagship NSE program, the leading cybersecurity program. So we've got about 6 lakh professionals who are certified NSE, professionals in the field. So what I'm trying to pitch here is that you have a product which gives you a uniformed and integrated coverage to your cybersecurity landscape. You have a company which has the talent pool which is ready and available to you, whom you can ingest and deploy on your premises on the go, so you don't face. And to be really candid with you, the more conversations that I have with CISO, everywhere I face this challenge, and this is something for which I always have a ready answer. And typically it doesn't come so much in a Fortinet scenario because there are so many professionals who are available. So for the CISO, the upskilling, reskilling challenge gets taken away because of having an ample talent force which is available to him. By now, you must be wondering what is this Fortinet cloud portfolio that I'm talking about, and you might want to know more about it. So the fabric consists of a lot of product services and all that, right? And basically, we have an extensive cloud integration there. And we have a large cloud portfolio, and you can implement our solutions on private cloud or DC. You can do it on public cloud, you can do it on SaaS, and you can do it on the edge compute, SaaS and all that. You have the products there. I'll quickly run you through, to give you a flavor of what is available with Fortinet. I start from the left, the Forti Authenticator. The Forti Authenticator is part of the Fortinet Identity and Access Management solution. It's along with Forti Token and Forti Token Cloud, it forms our Identity and Access Management portfolio. Basically, the Forti Authenticator does your central authentication services, and the Forti Token takes care of your SSO with two-factor authentication. Moving to the right is the FortiGate VM. FortiGate is not a stranger to you. You all know FortiGate. That's been our premier flagship product. FortiGate VM is our next generation firewall. It takes care of L2 to L7 networking, east, west, north, south, traffic inspection, SD-WAN capabilities. We are seeing a lot of SD-WAN work which is happening there with the FortiGate VM. And below that is the FortiCWP, a very interesting solution. It is Fortinet's cloud native cloud workload protection service. So basically what it does is it plugs into the APIs which the cloud vendors expose, like an Amazon or a Google or an Azure, and then gives you very deep insights into what is happening with your platform. That's very crucial, as more and more companies are evaluating, platform as a service and IaaS and all that. Moving to the right, you have FortiWeb, which is our web application firewall, which basically takes care of your web apps and APIs. See, today, if you go to any company, whether it's a digital native or whether it's a new company, everybody is talking about extending the reach. So they are all going into an API economy format. When you're exposing these APIs, they also become doors through which attacks can happen. So you need a security for that, and that's what the FortiWeb takes care of. Underneath that is FortiMail, which is our secure email service. Underneath that is another one very interesting service from Fortinet for the cloud portfolio called FortiCASB. FortiCASB is actually the sister concern of FortiCWP. What FortiCWP does at a platform level, FortiCASB does at a SaaS level. Now, typically, if you go to any of the organizations, they say that a typical enterprise uses more than 6 to 7 clouds. If you look at us itself, we use Microsoft Office for one thing, we use Zoom for another, we use maybe an SFDC to put in our sales CRM and all that. So when you're having so many SaaS applications which are getting used in a company, the security and the management really wants to know what is happening in these SaaS, So using APIs, we are able to figure out what is the kind of user activity on these SaaS, what is the kind of data which is getting transferred over the SaaS. So that gives you very deep insight on your SaaS usage. Underneath that is the FortiADC. Now most of the organizations you go to have some form or the other of applications that they've deployed. And they're all looking for these applications to be readily available and delivered anywhere in any corner of the world. So optimization and all that. So that is what this takes care of. The next pillar is the FortiClient and the FortiEDR, which is basically our endpoint security solution. FortiClient is your basic signature based, and your FortiEDR is your next generation endpoint security. The next pillar, FortiAnalyzer, is your log analytics solution. FortiSandbox is your breach protection service. It's like a second layer of security which you can build in your organization. Remember, some time back I was telling you can't quarantine the cloud. Well, you can't do that, but you can sandbox it for a while. It's sort of like a mini quarantine that you can do. Underneath that is the FortiSIEM. Hello. Which is our security incident and event management solution, which basically does the knock and SOC integration and gives you visibility. And FortiSOAR, which is our response mechanism. The last is the FortiManager is basically manages a large FortiGate real estate. FortiGate Cloud is a drill down version. If you go to an SMB who's got a small deployment but still wants some management capabilities. You can push a FortiGate cloud to him. And last but not least is FortiCloud. FortiCloud is basically a single sign-on of all the SaaS versions in this group. So you'll have the FortiGate, the FortiCWP, CASB, and all that, and you'll have a single sign-on on that. You do not pay for the FortiCloud; you only pay for the software on it. Of course, to the right, you can see these are available in multiple formats, and you can pitch to the customer, and our customers here, and I'm sure there are lots here in the audience, can choose accordingly. I've covered the challenges, I've covered the Fortinet advantage, and I've covered the Fortinet portfolio. This is a slide I generally show, to talk about cloud native integrations. Now, you see, everybody talks of this journey to the cloud, right? So then when you talk of this journey, I use this word highway. So think of this journey to the cloud like a highway. You start from point A and you get to point B. Now you can take different routes to go from point A to point B. It's not necessary you take only one view. You can take multiple routes to get from point A to point B. And so the discussion of security might not be the first discussion that you have. Some customers might go onto the cloud route and evaluate other applications and then build a security. So you need to have very deep in the cloud service providers and the security service provider for the customer to have the best of both worlds. Now, while I have listed here 3 providers, AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud, we also provide integrations for Oracle, for Alibaba Cloud, and of course for IBM Cloud. I have only kept these 3 up because this is where the chart gets a little busy and there's a lot of integrations there. Otherwise, there's nothing like that. We treat all clouds as equal. For example, I'll just run you through quickly. So if you take AWS Guard Duty is the threat protection platform of AWS. So what you can do is you can integrate your AWS Guard Duty with the Fortinet CWP, and you get very deep visibility into the threat across the landscape. You could also be at a customer who tells you that he's already bought a WAF. He's already bought a WAF with, in our case, let's take AWS itself, with AWS. Kindly remember, these are all cloud service providers and they, hello. Yes, they are all cloud service providers, and they specialize in providing cloud services. They might be good for you to start with, but in the long run, you want the specialty knowledge which a security company can give you. So what we do is we don't tell the customer you ditch your AWS WAF. The customer has an option to buy the managed rule set from Fortinet and ingest that into his as a service, and he ingests that into his AWS WAF. So his outflow is optimized, and he gets the best of both worlds. Similarly, we have different support, Amazon EC2, we do container security and all that. So that is the cloud native integration that is available with the Fortinet portfolio. Very important, especially when you are in front of a customer who has very large workloads on the cloud. You cannot be in this business. I think the speaker before me also mentioned, you cannot be in this business without having an ecosystem play. And Fortinet is very clear on that and works a lot to build this security fabric ecosystem. We have a very vibrant ecosystem. We've got about 400 plus partners who are part of our ecosystem. Typically, partners are split into 4 levels. The first is your fabric connectors, which are basically the partners like the one I showed you in the previous slide. These are partners whose API we use to better our products and to provide a service over them. So that is the fabric connectors. You can see some very big names there. These are all chosen companies in all the categories. The fabric APIs are basically companies who use our fabric APIs to ingest it into their products so that they create complementary offerings for greater security coverage. So that is a long list of companies, again, some of the world's best. The third is our fabric DevOps, which is basically our DevOps partners, DevOps script sharing and all that happens there. And finally is the extended ecosystem. The extended ecosystem are partners who build over Fortinet, but who are not part of the co-marketing program with Fortinet. So they don't get the fabric ready marketing support. Other than that, they are absolutely verified and they are ready for use here. So you have seen that as a company, with the kind of cloud challenges that we have, how we have built a portfolio and a strategy around it to address this market of and the challenge of cloud computing. This is my last slide. This basically talks about the popular use cases that you see in the market. This is very interesting because though there are many more, I chose these to maybe the best ones which were there. The first use case is around hybrid cloud. Before I go into the use case, there was a reason why I'm showing this use case is that, see, I myself come from an IT background, and a lot of times when we are faced with a particular challenge, whether it's on cloud or whether it's on anything else, network or anything, we typically tend to think from a IT point of view. And sometimes we miss out that a security product itself can deliver on a IT mission. Take, for example, SD-WAN, which is used to network remote branches. So that's exactly what you will see here. With the hybrid cloud, actually in the hybrid cloud use case, it's basically hybrid cloud is a mix of private and public clouds with some orchestration thrown in. So this scenario is basically an on-prem customer who's looking to move to the cloud. So he's shifting his cloud, some workloads to the cloud. So while he's doing this migration, he wants the same level of security on the cloud which he has on-prem. And that we can achieve using our set of products. I won't go very deep there. It's a separate session. The second is which we talk about is the advanced threat prevention. This is basically where you're looking at providing application specific security. So you have a lot of clients who say that I have a firewall, I have my base is up, but who's looking for very specific security, either on the mail, either on a sandbox and all that. So you can ingest these components into your security strategy, and you can build a second line of defense, as they say. The third is the most popular use case. It's a use case you'll come across the more and more you go in the market. A lot of CIOs are using this use case, which is called Cloud Services Hub. Basically, when you become a global organization, you are stretched geographically, you are stretched logistically, you are stretched on network. And it makes sense for you to centralize all your security services into a cloud shared services hub. So that makes it a very powerful, management and a deployment kind of a scenario. The fourth is around dynamic cloud policies. Basically, I think a lot of people in the audience must be very experienced with firewalls. And if they are, they know that keeping them updated is a huge challenge. With dynamic cloud policies, you can do just that. They're a very easy way of managing dynamic cloud. See, the cloud by nature itself is dynamic and it changes by the minute. So you need to have very firm policies in place. Otherwise, managing cloud and all its components becomes very difficult for you. The last use case is something we hear a lot when we go to our cloud consulting partners, or we are going to a large consulting partner, which is securing SAP on the cloud. There is a lot of buzz around SAP migration to the cloud. And even if not that, we are seeing a lot of customers who are talking about moving some part of the BI to cloud and keeping the data still on-prem. And the very minute cloud flashes up, everybody gets into that old challenge which we talked about of security, and they get very scared around it. Considering that SAP is the backbone and is heavily invested and is the lifeline of the organization, this is a very powerful use case that we are seeing around in the market. So there are a lot of use cases which we can deliver. There is a terrific set of products which can meet every cloud challenge. There is a supporting ecosystem which is available, which you can bring into play. And we are joint at the hip with the cloud service providers. So we can really deliver on any cloud security, cyber security goal that a CISO may have. In ending, I am sharing with you some coordinates which you can possibly use. For channel partner, you can reach out to India under partners at fortinet.com. For marketing, you can go to India_marketing at fortinet.com. To the right, I've posted the newsroom. You can just search on Google Fortinet newsroom. We post a lot of very interesting material which you can use. There is the Fortinet partner portal also, which you get access to, I think, once you go through the India partner, the channel partner route. My credentials are there. In ending, because I was introduced before, just to reintroduce myself, I'm Vijay Muthu. I'm part of the public cloud security sales at Fortinet. I manage some part of this region. And you have my coordinates below. Free feel to connect anytime. I am very happy to talk to you. And I look forward to networking with you more closely after this event. With that, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Over to you, Pragya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. On that note, now that we have learned the importance and the significance of the digitally strong India, or in fact, the world that we are planning, and it has been there since some time. And we have also learned a lot about how do we protect our systems. We have learned about cybersecurity and also from the cloud perspective. It's time now to move on to a very, very important and a very crucial segment of today's summit. We have a panel discussion coming up next on the topic of changing face of channel business from cloud's perspective. And we have some really esteemed guests joining us as a panelist for this discussion. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Shailaja Nandan Nayak, who's the head of marketing at Ingram Micro India. I'd like to welcome Mr. Shailaja Nandan Nayak. Sir, if you're there, please come online. And let me just quickly introduce you to the four panelists that we have in this panel discussion. One of the panelists in this panel discussion is Mr. Vijay Muthu, who I have already introduced and who also reintroduced himself just a little while ago. So I will be introducing the rest of the three to you all. This panel discussion will have panelists, four panelists, as I said, and one of which is Mr. Vijay, who you guys already know very well. And I'd now like to introduce our rest of the three panelists. Mr. Vishal Vasu, Director and Chief Technology Officer from Dave IT. He leads the company's technology and innovation ecosystem, creating new growth drivers for company. And we also have Mr. Manish Tandon, Managing Director, Questa Software System. As a proactive, result-oriented professional, he is contributing towards multi-domain expertise of over 23 years in the industry. Also, we have with us Mr. Alok Gupta, who's the Vice Chairman of iSoda. He has worked with one of the most reputed companies, Tata Consultancy Services, for 4 years. And since then, he has been sharing his skills with SoftMart Solutions, serving for over 10,000 or more than that, customers across India. So let's have the discussion started. I would like to request our moderator to take it over from here.
Thank you so much, Pragya, for the warm and hearty introduction to everyone. So it's fantastic to be here. Thank you to SME Channels for this opportunity to moderate a really fascinating discussion. And as Pragya mentioned, my name is Shailaja Nandan Nayak. I head marketing for Ingram Micro. To my friends who find my first name a little bit of a tongue twister, I go by my initials, SM. And Vijay, of course, fantastic session, Vijay. But before we proceed, I think we will give our other panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves. So we have a really diverse panel today. On one hand, we have our channel partners. They would carry the thoughts and messages from a large part of the audience. So we've got channel partners on one side, we've got Vijay representing an OEM, and typically there's a distributor in the middle acting as a vital link between the two. So with that, let me hand it over to our channel partners to introduce themselves, starting with Alok. So in alphabetical order, if you please. Alok, you're on mute.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Alok Gupta, currently Vice Chairman of Indian Software Dealers Association, Infotech Software Dealers Association. I'm also the CEO of SoftMart Solutions, which is a multi-product software reseller organization. We've been in business from the last 27 years, and we do multi-product of all kinds of categories of products. That's all. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion in the coming hour. Thank you.
Manish?
Yep. Thanks, Asin. Hi, friends. Manish Tandon from Questa Software Systems Private Limited, Mumbai, and we have been in industry for close to 19 years now. Started in 2002 October, and we are from a classic clan of the partners who do reselling of the softwares and cloud. We are also reforming ourselves and migrating towards some more newer technologies, which is in cloud is basically is the prominent thing, and security is of course has to be there, because if the cloud is there and more of the work from home things are there, then the security has to be very strong. And apart from that, we have signed up with a couple of recently with some hardware devices and some newer technologies, which is could be of the next gen things, but that is very nascent stage. So this is a short introduction of mine.
Thank you, Manish. Vishal.
Okay, I knew this was coming because there's going to be a confusion between Vijay and Vishal, right? If we go by the initials.
No, Vijay is a familiar face to all of us by now. So
okay.
Yeah, you're all.
So I represent Dev IT, Dev Information Technology Limited to be precise, and we are based out of Ahmedabad. Our headquarters is in Ahmedabad, and we have been in this IT business since 1995 now. If we talk about the business, we are Microsoft and AWS partners. We are Adobe partners, and we are also the largest partner for CFI for the digital signatures. And we also have a weave of managed IT services, custom software applications, as well as cloud services into what we offer. So that's about the company. I basically am one of the board of directors in Dev IT, and I am also the CTO of Dev IT, responsible for all the technology mapping and adoption within the company.
Thank you, Vishal. And Vijay, I think you are no stranger to us. So let's quickly jump right into the topic of today's discussion, which is evolution of the channel, especially from the cloud perspective. And I think as much as we try to wish away the pandemic, we cannot deny the fact that a pandemic has been here for 15 months now, from India's perspective, maybe 18 or 19 months if you look at the origin of the virus. And the idea is, rather than try to wish it away or try to be annoyed at it, let's try to embrace the pandemic, specifically because the pandemic has been a little bit of a silver lining in the cloud, right? So when the pandemic started in the month of March in India, when we experienced lockdowns and people started to work from home, there were a few trends and a few predictions made, right? And over the course of the last 15 years, today it's a month, we are almost at the end of June 2021. So let's take a look at some of those predictions and trends that emerged right at the beginning of the pandemic since March 2020. And how have those trends and predictions panned out 15 months hence, right? So let's have everyone's opinions on that, probably starting with you, Manish.
So 15 months, it's been really very, very changing. And because when it was started, we have just finished the ISODA Tech Summit from the Baku, and we have really charged up, came back over here, started working towards the March end, and we have created very, very good funnel of the March end, and we were targeting something like that. boss इस बार तो double से कम पे मानेंगे नहीं turnover. And we had that funnel at that time. We were very enthusiastic. Top line, bottom line, everything was showing good. And then suddenly, near to 15th of March, it was showing okay, there will be some disruption. So 20th March was the last day when we came to office, and it was closed. So we thought, okay, by the March end, we will be able to open. But by March end, it was something really, really very bad. In fact, in my own society, the gate was locked for close to 2 months for April and May. And we could not go anywhere out. So that was a personal experience. And in terms of the business, the moment we thought of, okay, everybody has to sit at home, the business was disrupted. We were not ready for that. We have somehow hurriedly, we have readied all the laptops and installed whatever the maximum software we can install. The Teams has helped us a very, very in big way. We have learned the Teams ourselves, and then after started promoting the Microsoft Teams to our clients. That was a really, really game changer for us. It helped us a lot. We got a lot of training orders, a lot of deployment orders for the Microsoft Teams only. This was a really new business which was not thought of. We have converted a lot of schools and colleges, right from kindergarten to postgraduate degree college is our client, and we have given them the teams, we have given them the teams training. That was something changing. And a lot of our customers, the moment they have started working from home, they wanted all the application which was hosted at their office. Suddenly they want them to publish online, so that because they were a heavy engineering application, there was other applications which cannot be overnight, cannot be transferred. There was a license and the compliance issues. So the data need to be transferred. We have done some Azure deployments. We have done. So this is all the things they keep on evolving. That was a really game changer. And during this particular time, we have given work from home to all of employees. So keeping them motivated, working with them. Sometimes there was an online party happening, sometimes online birthday parties happening. So this was all new. But now there's a saying ki like zindagi apna rasta dhoond leti hai. So this is what is happening. After 15 months, there are a lot of disruptions, lot of change, but the total scenario of the channel, I can say, and the IT industry has changed. There was a lot of good things, lot of not so good things, but of course, we have taken out a way from that and going ahead.
Thank you, Manish. So yeah, clearly when people started to...
we have clocked almost 20% growth, top line, bottom line, both last year.
Okay, fantastic. That's great. And it just adds credence to the fact that the pandemic has been a little bit of a silver lining in terms of the cloud business, right? So people were homebound, locked up at home, and that's why getting to stay connected through video conferencing was obviously the first point. But then when people start to work, right? So Vishal, do you want to touch upon how you enable people to collaborate and communicate and be productive remotely?
Yeah. So before touching that topic, we all now know that this COVID-19 pandemic, it has really accelerated the cloud adoption by several years. And this period will be remembered, for the historic adoption and deployment of remote work and digital access to business services, right? So I mean, this has made a mark in history. So if this pandemic has taught us anything, it's the importance of a strong business continuity plan. So companies are really evaluating or reevaluating their business continuity plans and remote work and digital access to the business, right? So we can very clearly say that the cloud adoption has evolved from nice to have to must have, because we all have experienced this in the pandemic, and we know that the distributed work is expected to continue through 2021 and beyond. I mean, it's not going to stop. And during this time, what we saw was that the sale for Microsoft 365 adoption, it really skyrocketed during the pandemic. And a large percentage of even the partners grew their M365 or O365 business last year, while they were helping the clients transition to remote work, offering them all the collaboration and all the facilities. But the more important part is that more than 50% of these partners saw an increase in the implementation business. Okay, so it was not mere a sale of all these licenses and putting them in, but it was also integrated with the implementation part. So well, we were also one of that partner, and we also took the customer, throughout the journey of cloud adoption. Another operational challenge that we we saw was that many organizations, they firstly needed the digital transformation of their processes and their previously offline processes to becoming more online, and also facilitating the work of their employees in a secure and efficient manner. One of the major requirements that we saw was also the use of digital signature, where they moved those processes of document signing and approvals and all these processes to the cloud. And it was all that was required to build the legal and the compliance signatures into a combined platform.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, so So basically, we can see a progression here. People get connected. They're able to talk face to face. Now they're able to access their business applications. Alok, from your perspective, what else do people need to be able to effectively work from home? You're on mute again, Alok.
In the mid of last year of March, when the pandemic hit and there was a lockdown, organizations had to hurry and scurry into finding solutions for the employees who are going to work at home. As it was a national lockdown, the flexibility available to anybody was nil, because all the employees were home and they had to work from home in case they had to work at all. So one of the biggest challenges which came for large organizations was security. Now, the IT departments were ready to let them work from home, but the security specialists in the organizations were worried that what's going to happen in case the security within the company's data is breached. So we found that there were inquiries in the large organizations for DLP solutions, for high-end security solutions, how to control BYOD devices. These kind of inquiries started coming in. Obviously, these came to larger integrators, and this did not trickle down to the organizations of the very small up to 100 computers. These organizations were essentially organizations from, say, 100 plus to 2,000 user organizations. The above 2,000 organizations already had strategies in place, and they had Citrix kind of solutions available in the organization. Some of them which do not, then they deployed them. But essentially the very small organizations were not able to migrate to a solution where BYOD and work from home was easily possible. But most of the medium organizations wanted to work out in a strategy where they were able to work from home. Security remained a hassle, and the smaller organizations, the ones which are between 1 to 50 computers, who use primary products like Busy and Tally, they started migrating their Tallies and Busy to the cloud. There was a reasonable amount of business for Tally partners and Busy partners, who then, told their Tally partners to move the existing Tally to the cloud. The security was still very minimal because it was still open, but using the Tally password and the username, people were happy to at least work from home.
Correct.
So essentially, the small service providers were able to, take their accounts online. And security for a private businessman, when he has the password, he thinks it is supreme. So when I only have the password, then I'm the only one having access. So essentially, it doesn't make he doesn't realize it till he gets hacked. Then he realizes that how come my password has been lost or otherwise. But otherwise, this is the anyway, the smaller trader, the merchant, his business was anyway dependent on physical goods, and there was very little they could do except for wait for the pandemic to get over.
Sure.
So the small service providers were able to take their accounting packages online. The larger ones also deployed DLP. They took, they looked towards that options, and the enterprise was ready because they have these risk-averse methodologies where they assume that what will happen in case of a flood or otherwise. So they have systems in place, like banks and all of them are work from home anyway. So this is my take on how the SMB and handled the IAS and the security assets.
Thank you, Alok. You very humorous point there. And it is so typical of us Indians, right? We first try to innovate and improvise our way out of any situation. We apply a healthy dose of jugaad before we actually go and buy technology. So it's a very interesting point there. And since you touched upon security, Vijay, I know you are the domain expert, and not necessarily from any specific technology perspective, but what are the different security drivers that you've seen? The security, since you mentioned in your portfolio of Fortinet, there are so many different products, but are there any specific areas that saw a huge spike in adoption?
That's a very interesting question, and I think Alokji answered it nearly, by talking about endpoint detection and managed services and all that. I like to think of the pandemic, as Vishal and Manish are also saying, as waves. So, you have wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. And if you look at it, the IT adoption has also followed a wave kind of adoption. So in the first wave, everybody thought that we will be up and running in 3 months' time. So the important issue at that time was, quickly get the people working, get some devices at the home, to get back to business as usual. And when the second wave hit, by that time, I think companies had realized this is going to be there for some time. So then what they start doing is they start looking deeper into their portfolio, and then they start looking at securitizing and, maintaining a lot of things, because this is going to be long term. In the third wave, I'm sorry, I should not use that. I don't think we should see that, but hopefully that doesn't happen. But what is happening is now we are firmly on one track. So if you look at the kind of security also which customers bought, probably if you look in deeper, you will notice the same kind of trends happening. First going is endpoint detection, then going into managed services, then going into the third layer we are talking now is security on the cloud. Just to take one example, you're looking at, so it's like the adoption, yesterday Alokji was mentioning this, is of some schools using, Zoom, and then using, as Vishal and Manish were saying, using MS Teams. And then, so look at the migration which is happening there. In the short term, nobody went immediately on any of the platforms. They used the Zoom. Then in the second wave, they realized that this is going to be longer. So you want to invest in a very professional solution. And then you go into the Office 365 or Microsoft Teams and all that. The third level will be when you start understanding that you are sharing a lot of sensitive information there. A lot of student information is there, a lot of maybe parent information, some companies, some schools are allowing payment through the web and all that. So then you start looking at building a security infrastructure, which is separate from what is inherently offered by a Microsoft Teams. So that is the migration which will happen. We are seeing actually at Fortinet, we are seeing all products are doing well. There's a very healthy appetite for security in the organizations, because there is most of the organizations that we cater to also operate in a very regulated kind of environment. So they need to be up to date on that. But I am seeing a huge uptick in cloud security moving forward.
Okay.
Maybe because I am from that domain, so I'm a little partial to that, but that's what I'm seeing.
Great. Now, great insights there. And obviously, as you mentioned, endpoint security is almost like the entry to the whole arena of security products. Let's also touch a little bit upon one of the threats that is emerging rapidly, which is ransomware. Right? Earlier we used to get hit by malicious and viruses, which the worst thing that those viruses could do was replicate itself and have a few DAT files sitting somewhere on your file system, right? Those were the benign old days. Today, there's ransomware which can effectively lock you out. So have you seen any of that really accelerating, and are organizations taking it seriously?
Of course, organizations are taking it very seriously. There is also security it's like a magician's game, right? For every one thing which is shown to you, organizations necessarily do not tell you everything that is happening.
Sure.
So there is a lot of confidentiality, a lot of regulations which are there in place and all that. Ransomware is more on because of the growth in crypto and all that. In a parallel way, they can get some money out of it, and there are some. More than ransomware, we are seeing very. When I talk to banks, there are a lot of threat actors who are coming up, who are from a specific region, who are acting, which we call as non-state actors. A lot of state-sponsored actors. If you talk to banking environment and all that, that's a huge concern there. So it is a very coordinated attack which is happening. Ransomware is definitely very high on that list. But then the speed at which this industry is, mutating, it's not growing because hackers only mutate, is that they are able to, find out when these what we call zero-day threats and, expose vulnerabilities in the system and the software which is available, and then they use it. I think security will be a given moving forward. I mean, whether you have a mobile device, whether you work in a small company, you work in a big company, you work in a very big company, and even if you look at the kind of apps that we're using, so many apps have got access to so much of our private data. And with private data regulations not being very rigid, our part of the world, the government is moving a lot in that direction to secure us. So there will be a growth. So when you look at security, maybe you need to take a 360-degree view and look at every organization differently, to each one his own.
Sure.
So like that. But definitely it's a growing market. The figures are, like I shared in the previous presentation, very, very optimistic for us in the future. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. I think if I were to summarize whatever we discussed in the last 15 odd minutes, we clearly see customers evolving. It might have been initially triggered by the pandemic, but hopefully whenever the pandemic goes away, the gains that we have made in terms of digital transformation, those will stay with us, right? So it means remote working, enabling people to work from anywhere, basically, not just from home, and making sure that they are able to sign documents through e-signatures. They are productive through different collaboration tools, and of course, they are secure, right? So we have really determined how customers have evolved, and that's fantastic. Now, flipping the narrative a little bit and focusing on the industry, as a channel ecosystem, how have we, the partners, the distributors, which I will talk about briefly, and of course the OEMs, how have we evolved to keep pace with the changing dynamics of the customers, right? So with that, let me flip it over to Vishal, Alok, Manish. All of you can put your thoughts on how the channel partners have been evolving. Over to you, Vishal.
Well, if you actually ask me about the channel system, then there needs to be a very drastic change in the way we have been dealing in the past with customers, because while I mean, we all know that cloud technology has huge potential, because of the kind of benefits it offers. And, it also provides an integrated platform at some place where you are taken care for the security aspects, you are taken care for the backup aspects, which is also part of security. You are taken care of about the disaster recovery aspects and whatnot. So we all know that, and by this time we all have realized the huge benefits it can bring. But moving to the cloud, it represents a huge shift from the traditional IT infrastructure setup or the kind of business that we used to do. And this also means for the channel that, the sales will need more persuasion to make this digital shift. Okay, so we'll need to have more engagement with our customers. We'll have to engage very early in the sales cycle. So the sales cycles are going to be longer. So channel partners must therefore basically, shift the mindset of the staff that they house and also that of the customers to show how the cloud ecosystem can help deliver more value to the business alongside with the traditional approaches that they already had. So, I mean, see, many of the SMB customers, they don't even have resources to house internal IT staff. Right. They depend on partners like us to help them, manage their entire IT. They don't have IT managers who probably are in charge of managing the technology. So, like I said earlier too, that there are customers, who may be having 5 or 10 people using the computer, but their business is, so dependent on IT that they cannot afford a downtime. So what I'm saying is that instead of looking at, the customer segment in such a way that ये 10 computer वाला है, ये 20 वाला है, ये 200 वाला है, I think there may be slightly a change in the way we try to even understand the business of the customer, and then we look into this entire thing.
Sure.
So companies, they are basically investing and building competencies in advanced solutions, and I think we we as channel partners or into the channel ecosystem will have to concentrate more towards becoming a managed service provider along with the entire product solution, to the customer, and hold the customer's hand right from the start to the end.
Excellent, excellent. I think the evolution of the channel partner from being fulfilling requirements to actually being a trusted partner and providing
Correct.
additional value through managed services. Great point, Vishal. Alok, if you could kindly add to that, please.
Well, everybody should come first in the race. But when there are 10 participants in the race, only one can come first. That's the ugly truth. So
Correct.
now that we have 50,000 channel partners in the country, IT channel partners, there are only a few thousand slots available for managed service providers. So in this environment, it's okay to say that you have to migrate being a MSP, you have to be a CSP, you have to be a service provider. But what it also means is that 90% of the current channel numbers will become redundant. Now, that is a reality which is not conveyed in the conversation when it is said that you have to come first. What if you come second? What if you come third? Essentially, this entire migration to the cloud will affect 90% of the people who will not be able to become service providers. What role will they play? What is their role going to remain? How will they evolve themselves in other ways than becoming channel partners? They'll have to become consultants, they'll have to become paid consultants, commission consultants, all kind of, because they are in the industry, they'll have to find jobs. But essentially, these 90% of channel partners could be employing as many as 2 to 3 lakh people. So everybody will not be able to become an MSP. That's a reality. So out of the people, 100 people who are watching this show, maybe 20 will be able to migrate into MSP. But we have to look at options of what do the rest of the 80 do. Because we have to find solutions for everybody in the channel. So that's my take, that it's easy to say that you have got to do this, you've come first in the class, but we also have to give solutions to people who come second, third, and fourth in the class.
Sure.
And who also come the 40th. So you have to find solutions for them and not just talk about the top two. Who will
Absolutely. Great point, Alok. I think, yeah, go ahead.
Alok, I have a counter to that, if I may. I think the channel partner ecosystem will be there and it is very intact and it will remain. I'll tell you why. All the customers are not going to move to the cloud the very next day. We all know it is a journey. It is only very few people, especially the new kind of customers who are digital natives, what we call, who have totally done a cloud adoption 100%, but they were not using a channel partner in the first place itself. They went the digital route. They may be procured online or whatever and all that. But the majority of the customers will be at different levels of the journey. And when we talk about, research is showing that a majority is in a hybrid cloud. So when you talk of a hybrid cloud with private, public, on-prem, and a mix of all this, definitely there will be a play for the channel partner. He will be a trusted advisor. He will be the person who handles the on-prem portion or maybe the private cloud portion. He will be the person who will be advising on the even for that matter, the public cloud portion, because how you look at it is, the same partners who we were dealing with for a on-prem kind of a business are the same partners we are talking to for a cloud business. It is just that some people, I agree with you on one point, that some of them, the larger ones, are morphing into a managed services advisory kind of a role. But still, there are a large portion of partners who are there who are still have a seat at that table. When the customer is making a decision, is called to a meeting, even when it's a security kind of a discussion. So while I think there is a challenge, but I think there is also a supporting opportunity, and definitely the ecosystem will also match up to it. That's my play. It will not change in a day.
I don't agree to that.
Yes, Vishal, please.
See, Manish, Vijay, what you said, and Mr. Alok, whatever he said. So I support whatever Alok's statement is. Okay, like there will be a market for lesser partners going forward, because if you see the cloud don't need so many partners. If you see Oracle, if you see Adobe, if you see many other Autodesk, they have reduced not only the number of partners, they have reduced the number of headcounts within their company also. They are consolidating their teams. They are consolidating their distributors. Okay, like previously there were 4 distributors, then there is a three, then there is only one. Now Ingram is the only distributor for the Adobe. Previously at least there were 2 distributors. So we have somehow some of the price advantage. Now whatever Ingram gives us is the final price. There is no negotiation on that price. It's a list price or it's a negotiated price, whatever it may be, it is going to be the same. So this is the answer to whatever you said, and whatever the topic is going on, I'm just coming back to that. Okay, what SN was asking, okay, like what is the ecosystem for the partners is changing. So the first thing is that previously when I started my career, it was purely a sales job. I used to go onto the field, दिन में 40 कार्ड इकट्ठे करके लाओ सब customers के पास में, you have to go in person, you have to show your face, meet the customers, and then only the sale happens. Now slowly, in last 1 year, that sales job is gone. We don't need a salesperson now who can go to the client place and sit in front of him. There was a very classic, I'd say, word which bosses used to, "जा बैठ करके order निकाल के ला." हाँ, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर पार्टनर के यहाँ पे बैठने को बोलता है, पार्टनर कस्टमर के यहाँ बैठने को बोलता है, एंड सो फोर्थ. तो अभी बैठने वाला सिस्टम तो गया भाई. Now second thing is that with the help of pandemic, I'm free of geography. I'm no more limited to Mumbai or Lucknow or UP or anywhere. Now I have customers in Bihar, I have customers in Guwahati, I have customers in Qatar, I have customers in Oman, I have customers in wherever, Pan, wherever you say. And one good thing, one more thing, sir, if license is selling by Alok ji or Vishal ji, I'm happy to that. Customer comes for me, acha, you train me or you deploy these licenses. So that is completely, again, one more positive thing. Second thing, what happens is something, because of sitting at home and working from home, now the employee connect, whatever it was there, like we used to meet and know each other in a better way, it is gone. So the employee loyalty is also is at stake because they are not in touch with you. They are just a screen in front of you. So in last 1 year, till the lockdown was there, the moment it opens, I lost a very good number of my headcount. And but the good part is that immediately that was replenished because they were jumping from one place to another. We got some freshers, we trained them, then few of them again left, then hiring. So that employee iteration in last 1 year, I can say more than 100% is there. I got very good number of customers. The license sale of the software has gone down because that even few of my friends who are selling laptops and other things, they are saying कि बस market is very good, we have posted good sales and जितना भी माल था सब बिक गया. But those who were only in license sale, they are suffered a lot because the license came absolutely at the end of the IT purchase. Whenever everything else is done, then only the customer buy the licenses, and that too most of the time is a pressure through OEM कि बस license नहीं खरीदोगे तो I will do the compliance. Now there is no compliance, there is no visit of the OEM also, there is no physical checkup and all those things. So license sales has goes down. Now it's a whatever the cloud requirement is coming, it's a real requirement कि like I need it. And then previously it used to something like that, whenever we sell cloud, then OEM used to ask me, boss, whatever you have sold, whether it is getting consumed or not. Now, whatever we are selling is 100% getting consumed. I can say whatever cloud licenses I have sold is 100% consumed till the matlab customer का भी तो ये कि boss इसमें और क्या कर सकते हैं वो भी बता दो मुझे. As good as previously, nobody used to ask me कि boss Excel formulas के ऊपर can you take me training? I got that request also. So one of my complete, the way I mentioned before, this is the new business. Every Saturday, there is a training session from my company to the clients. Tomorrow is also there. And we get good numbers and there is a demand. So this is a known thing. So this is the changes which is happening, whether it's internal, whether it's external or in the industry. See, this is, we are going to live with this pandemic. Maybe another 6 months, it will be over. But the effect, whatever is there, will remain maybe multiple years. I don't think so. I really love to have this discussion in a big hall with followed by the lunch or dinner. But till then, we have to connect like this only.
Thank you, Manish. You really touched upon many sobering aspects of the pandemic and what it has done, the kind of limitations and changes. But you also brought out certain opportunities, right? The fact that you're no longer limited geographically. So this is clearly an indication that we need to adapt with the times. And the bad times come and the bad times go, but what doesn't kill us make us stronger, right? So that's probably one of the key takeaways. Just to touch upon another aspect of the cloud, which hasn't gotten as much coverage in our discussion so far, we've spoken about primarily business applications and SaaS. But this is a question to Vishal, Alok, Manish, any one of you. What are some of the trends of infrastructure as a service adoption? Right? Do you see that accelerating? Do you see development shops adopting the IS a little more, or internal dev shops of companies? So some light on that, please.
Yeah, I see the moment companies decide to move their workloads to the cloud, we take them through the 6 R's of finalizing how we basically move the workload to the cloud. So whether it would be like a lift and shift model, or do we remake the entire thing, or do we retarget the entire thing, things like that. So what I see is application development is certainly going to see a boost, because you won't be able to, utilize the power of cloud if you are not having your applications which are natively built around cloud technologies, right? Also, it affects the performance and the billing optimization of the customer, because if you are not using a native component, आज मुझे SQL server चाहिए या storage चाहिए, मैं एक VM spin up करके उसको डाल देता हूँ, that will be very costly as compared to the shared blob storage that may be available, or the Amazon S3 storage that is available in the cloud. So certainly we are going to see a lot of things, being redeveloped as we move the workloads of the customers to the cloud. Security, it's de facto. It's de facto. I mean, with all this GDPR and all this Can Spam Acts, and now India also coming out with new privacy policies, compliance is going to be very, very important. I mean, compliance has already moved to the boardrooms, and from the boardrooms, the compliance has moved, the security has moved more towards the left side of the IT cycle, where the development actually takes place, rather than the security happening only on the network servers or the storage, right? Security also needs to be now built into the code. So yes, security and application modernization are going to be the big things, along with providing the same facilities of those applications to a native mobile app.
Okay, excellent. Now, going back to our original question about how the channel ecosystem has evolved, while we have heard the perspective of the channel partners, and I would like to give a perspective of Ingram Micro as a distributor. But Vijay, quickly, in a few words, any quantum shifts that you have seen from the way an OEM used to engage prior to the pandemic, and vis-a-vis how things have shaped up now?
See, I can talk to you only from a cloud perspective, so I hope that's okay.
Yeah.
I am seeing a tripartite engagement. See, before it used to be only us and the channel partner. Now there is the cloud player. There's a three parties who are inside, because as Vishal was also talking about, when you're looking at a workload, there are multiple components to it. There is a cloud component, there's a security component. So again, this partner kind of working, right? this tripartite, it's becoming more, the field is becoming, what I'm trying to get at is, it's become more like an ecosystem play. So like, let's say I go sell some security for the cloud somewhere. It will have some kind of an AWS or a GCP. So I will need that person also there. He might be putting an ERP. So an Oracle will also come in. And then there is that partner who stitches this deal together, right? Finally, he's our face in front of the company, correct? So that is becoming very obvious nowadays. So nowadays there's never a single person meeting or a 2-person meeting. So you go to a meeting, you typically have got 3-4 different people there, and all from different sets. But again, yes, all unifying again behind the partner, and more so especially when you look at government kind of deals. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Excellent. And as I mentioned, since you spoke about the different components that go together into building a solution, that is something we at Ingram Micro have holistically embraced, and that's why services are a key area of focus for us. So if you talk about how we have evolved as an organization and we are continuing to evolve, there's a huge emphasis on services, and services come in all shapes and sizes and natures. So the first one that I would like to mention is the professional and infrastructure services, right? So the point that you mentioned about stitching together the different components, we realized that no one of us is as good as all of us. Right. So that's why we have created a platform, which I believe is India's first platform of this nature, which is a partner to partner services exchange. So if Vishal's Dev IT brings in certain capabilities that Quest software requires in an order that they have picked up, but they necessarily may not have the skills to execute in-house, you put it up on Ingram Micro Link, which is this platform, and then Vishal can propose that, hey, I can execute the services component for you, and Ingram Micro acts as a facilitator and mediator for this. So this is something that we have seen huge traction and very positive response from our partners. The other one is in the space of finances, right? We know at times like these, when there is a little bit of a liquidity crunch, I mean, it varies from segment to segment. So that's where Ingram Micro Financial Solutions has seen a huge appreciation and uptake from the industry. So we offer both long-term as well as short-term financing, leasing, as well as financing for partners. So that is also something which is one of the key areas in our evolution as a distributor. So we really have evolved from the traditional, there's a cliche of box pusher or box mover. We have definitely left that behind, and now we are helping both the OEMs as well as the channel partners succeed through this tapestry of services, if you will, right? So that's a comprehensive look at how we are evolving, and I think time to bring it home, and let's have some parting messages for the audience, right? So starting with our friends from the channel partner community, do you have any message that you would like to convey to the ecosystem in general?
This question is directed to me.
It's for all. So yeah, since you have the mic, please go ahead.
The cloud is a progression, a natural progression of how the channel will evolve. The delivery of services, it's only the medium of the delivery of service. See, when it's a product or a service, there are different mediums of how it is delivered. Software was earlier delivered in floppy, subsequently in DVDs, subsequently in pen drives, and now it will be serviced through the cloud. So essentially the delivery of service, it is only a delivery mode. So as you have a service provider, you have a service user. So the cloud is only the medium of how that service will reach the customer. Eventually, the customer will continue to use the particular software which he requires for his business needs. Eventually, you will have to, what is the main aspect of this is, can you solve the customer's problem? If the cloud is the better choice for solving the problem, then the cloud will become the ultimate choice. If there are other mediums which are available, which will enable the customer's solution to his problems better, then those will be the solutions which will be used. So essentially today, the cloud is here to stay. because the current environment of how software is being used and the most efficient methodology of how software can be serviced is currently the cloud. So
sure.
yes, as the medium changes, the service providers and the customer and the supplier both will have to adjust to that medium. So the cloud is here to stay. We don't have much say in that. It's only how we're going to adapt, evolve, and make it into a profit. So people who will be able to make it into a profit will survive. People who will be able to do it, otherwise there'll be people who will become evangelists. They'll become pro bono specialists doing seminars. So there'll be all kind of people, but the people who will remain in the business are who are able to make an efficient model to adjust to this current environment.
Yep. Very, very, very valid set of points, Alok. And we have to look at it as a cycle, right? So every business goes through crests and troughs. Right now, from many perspectives, we have hit a rough patch, but I'm sure things will bounce back. Any more thoughts? We have an interesting question from the audience, but before we go to the question, any further closing thoughts?
So, hi, Manish here. Whatever Alokji is saying is absolutely right. And as a senior ISODA partner, Alokji have a very good say. And see, so what I add to it, like the cloud and the collaboration, it's not only the buzzword we have to sell to the customer, we have to adopt it also. And the better way we adopt it, we are going to stay more into the industry and be able to survive better. The collaboration among the partner, between the partner and distributor, partner and OEM, we have to make an ecosystem where we can together deliver the solution. The way you said, there will be a common marketplace sort of thing, or a collaborative thing where we can offer a combined services. Suppose in a city, if there are 100 engineers are available, then those 100 engineers should be available in a pool where we can go and log the calls on a common system and then able to deliver it to the client. And then after, whosoever is the owner of that particular service delivery, that should get automatically the paid for that. And then keep on adding the resources as and when required. So this will be a common pool. You don't have to worry about the service delivery and the quality and all those things, because there is a pool and everybody is responsible for all those things. And even your customers will get a common things. You don't have a worry about that ki, okay, mera customer koi mera competition to nahi kha jayega. That is the biggest thing. So this is how we can benefit the cloud. And the way I mentioned before, then even the geography will not be having a problem. I can have a client across the country or maybe across the globe. But if I have a delivery model set up like this, any of my friend from the industry, I can simply approach them and they will deliver the services on my behalf, or I can deliver on their behalf. So it's a win-win game for all of them. The way Alokji said, we don't have to worry about the first two or first three. We can take care of the last person also.
Absolutely.
And it's a other way, something like that. We will save a lot of jobs. As a company owner, we all are not only responsible for our families, we are responsible for even the staff members who are working for us every month, and they started looking at us ki, okay, abhi to pagar aane wala hai, and every March there was an increment. So this is how we can help them grow and of course contribute towards the country's economy also.
Yep. That's a very powerful thought, Manish. The fact that it's not a zero-sum game, right? So there would be room in this market for all sorts of players, and we need to find our niche, and we need to deliver value to our customers. So that is definitely, the golden word. Vishal or Vijay, any thoughts before we wrap up?
So I see, a certain boost coming up into P2P agreements, that is partner to partner agreements, because each partner has created their niche. और एक बात तो बहुत क्लियर है कि इंडिया में मतलब आपके रेफरेंस से ही धंधा होता है. So if you are close to that customer since years, the customer still wants to hold your hand. They don't want to let you go away unless we fail ourselves in delivering. Okay.
Right.
Only then they're going to look for someone else. So agar hum, if we have this kind of the Ingram Micro platform that you showed, right? I mean, if we have this kind of systems in place, and I'm sure, because I also am heading the Ahmedabad chapter for IAMCP, which is the International Association of Microsoft Certified Partners. And we also talk a lot about this partner to partner activities happening. Okay. So it's the whole thing is that, it's not time to compete. It's now time to complement. Right. And I think that way everyone can survive this game, and everyone can make money ultimately.
Great point, Vishal. Completely agree. And,
I think,
yeah, go ahead.
I think everybody has. First is I'd like to thank all the panelists. It's been a privilege to be part here, and thank you, SN, for moderating it so well. My final takeaway is I think the case for cloud is made. Everybody is knowing is that my only takeaway to the partners in the conversation is that focus on security. Make security your job zero on the cloud. So whenever you have a discussion on cloud, start with security. That will bring you into the good books of the customer first, and you would have attacked the most difficult piece in that journey to get to that customer. So please keep security in the forefront of all your discussions. And me and Fortinet, and of course all the other companies from the security world are there to support you in that journey. Thank you so much.
I think the implicit message was, while you start with security, make sure you call up Vijay right after that.
I'll be more than happy. Thank you so much.
All right. So just to quickly answer the question that we had received, in terms of what is the special support that distributors and vendors have extended to the channel community during the pandemic, very valid point. And this is a pain that is felt by all of us, right? There's absolutely no organization in this world which has not been adversely affected. So I'm personally aware from Ingram Micro, but I also know that at a TDAI level, all distributors and multiple vendors have provided extended credit periods. And that will continue to be a motion whenever the market feels the pinch. Everyone will rally together, and we will do our level best to keep everyone afloat. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for your time. And yeah, it's back to you, Brady.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nayak. Thank you.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone, to all our panelists for this discussion, to our moderator. And I think this was quite an insightful session, which has come up with a lot of benefits that we will be taking from the discussions we just heard and things we heard. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we will now move on to the next panel discussion. As I said, that we will be having two very important panel discussions in today's summit, out of which one we have just witnessed, and this seems quite helpful. Now let's go and get started with the second panel discussion, which indeed is a very, very important one, because this is where we'll be talking about women in IT. And I would like to welcome the moderator for this panel discussion, Ms. Lata Singh, Director, Partner, Ecosystem, IBM India, South Asia. Also, we have some really esteemed panelists joining us for this panel discussion. I would like to just quickly say, introduce them and just speak a little bit about each one of them. As panelists for this panel discussion on women in IT, we will be having amongst us Dhriti Chatterjee, who's the founder of Deck Vision and partner of Didactics IT Solution LLP and also Book Cafe Biotech. Well, Dhriti is a psychopreneur having 16 years of extensive experience. She's also a mentor and coach in life skills and mindfulness. She is building success stories, joining hands with a lot of corporates in the industry. Another panelist for this round of panel discussion is Ratna Singh, who's the co-founder and director of Eventus Tech Solution Private Limited. Well, she has a dynamic career of over 28 years in enhancing organizational processes and rendering sales and marketing leadership services to many. Up next, we have Manasi Saha, Director, Macau's Infotech. Well, Mansi is an entrepreneur and fitness freak who specializes in cybersecurity systems with over more than 15 years of experience in the industry. We will be having amongst us Prachi Bhatnagar, who's the founder and managing director, and also chief strategist for People Ventures. And as the name suggests, she's the people's person, being a senior management techno-commercial person with projects management vertical. She is, as I said earlier, the people's person. Also, she loves to read a lot, as I've been told, and she is always there to help around. If anyone needs any kind of help, any work get done, any job get sorted, she is the person you need to go to. We will also be having amongst us for this panel discussion, Devinder Kaur, Director, Softel Solutions Private Limited. Well, with a solid work experience of more than 25 years in telecom and IT sector, she is a confident and a very profound leader, and is also a very fast learner when it comes to taking and seeking knowledge from people who are learned. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now be beginning the panel discussion on the very important topic of women in IT, and I would like to give it over to our moderator for this discussion, Lata Singh ji.
Thank you, Pragya. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sanjay, for this panel discussion and getting me here as a moderator. So it's good. This time he's put me as a moderator and not as a panelist, so I don't have to face the tough questions. First of all, let me first welcome all the viewers. And I know that we've gone through the pandemic, and I'm hoping that all of you are safe and your families are safe as well. So that's from the starting part. I have very, very talented achievers and women in leadership with me on the panel today. And I'm going to be really talking, and this is going to be more if I had met these friends of mine over a cup of coffee, because it's 4:15, I can't say anything else, but we're going to do a small chat around what's happening in the technology side, what's happening in client end, and more what's happening with them in their life, how has their journey been as they've taken the long journey from where they started their organization and where they are now. So all of us are very familiar with the fact that digital transformation is at its peak, and organizations are moving from what we would say from a transaction based to a digital, to a cognitive enterprise, to a virtual enterprise. And every business obviously is on a journey towards becoming more of a virtual enterprise. There are changes that are happening in every industry, right? Every industry has its own key focus areas that are driving it. So my first question, Ratna, and it's lovely to meet you really after 30 years. So thank you, Sanjay, for introducing me to a college classmate. That was lovely. So Ratna, first question for you, and you come from a business background, is where are you seeing the various industry segments move, especially banking, which is your forte?
Thanks, Lata. Lovely to meet you after all those years. I'm just going to give you a little bit of insight into the industry, where it's moving, and India on the whole. India is undergoing a transformation in itself. The Indian banking industry is experiencing a major disruption and change. The investment in the new technologies and the commitment to fundamental transformation has never been higher. The Indian central government is in fact on a path of digitizing the Indian population across urban and rural sectors, namely the banks, because that's what the question is aimed at. So introduction of these new strategies and the concepts which are incorporated on the principles of digital reinvention, which is what is the buzzword for today, as well as embracing the new emerging technologies, like you have artificial intelligence, you have cognitive computing, which is placing the Indian banks as a challenger to their global leaders. And soon we see these Indian banks who will definitely be able to prove to be maybe one of the strongest or most dynamic in the world soon to come. I know it's talking a bit soon, going by the situation, but I think that's where we are headed towards as per the surveys taken across. I've been in the industry for the last 20 years now, and as the business has evolved, we can see that the technologies in India, as far as permeating into the business stream, there are a few, like as we spoke about, the artificial intelligence, cognitive computing, Internet of Things, drones, bots, mobile, and of course, the new buzzword, which is, again, it's the newly security-related technology, which is known as blockchain. You have a few banks, if I'm going to name one or two. You have Yes Bank, which is one of India's largest banks in India, the private sector bank, which is in fact, it's taken up a whole new innovation of payment process by using blockchain. And one of our own OEMs, I don't know if anybody's there in the audience today, but the OEMs where he was an ex-CXO of National Stock Exchange, he started his own company. And today he's our OEM. And he also has based his zero trust technology, which is another buzzword today, on blockchain. So these are the few areas that I just want to highlight of technology as it evolves, which affects business as well. Because as we know, the banks are majorly responsible for the economic growth of the country, of any country. So if you look at my own journey over the last 20 years, as far as I see, number one, I've been in cybersecurity for the last 20 years. I eat and breathe it, and that's what I've been doing. And so far, the RBI guidelines, as far as cybersecurity, they rule the banks. They are going to give the guidelines. They're going to be very stringent in the way you have to follow, you have to be compliant. And there are a good many controls, 158 plus controls, which all banks, whether cooperative, whether private, whether public, you have to follow it. As far as a business is affected, of course, if you're not compliant. And your ROI gets affected if you're not compliant either. So these are just some of the areas. In fact, blockchain is one of them, zero trust. These are all just buzzwords which come around. And since I'm in the sales and marketing for all these years, I thought I would highlight also areas where technology does influence growth of your business. Definitely, it's the processes which are going to provide innovation further to your business. And the better you are technically aligned, the better you're going to grow in business itself. And that's what, as far as I know, the banks are concerned today. And therefore, they want to make sure that not only because the RBI or anybody else is saying be compliant, is because digital transformation is on a curve. For instance, you have security orchestration, automation, and response system, which is obviously also a technology which helps you to also leverage your correlation of data as well. I hope I'm not sounding right now a little bit over the top, but
no, absolutely fine.
basically, these are just some few things which lend to the business. And since I'm in the business role, you have to know your technology if you are going to be in the business. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to either sell, or you're not going to be able to understand what the customer actually is going through. And therefore, the innovation and technology which goes together also goes hand in hand with the business.
I think you touched on a very, very important point, Ratna. And while we will talk about security, and the panel discussion prior to us was on security, the key thing that you talked about is business and technology, and everyone knowing the technology. And that's where we are, right? Whether you're in the banking sector, whether you're in the manufacturing, or you're in any of the other segment, the key is, beyond being an industry in a specific vertical, you're also a technology company, right? It's no longer the IT companies only which are technology companies. Every company is the technology company. And therefore, I'm going to lead this on to the discussion with Devender is, while we will touch base security later on, is the cloud, right? The entire digital transformation. And during the pandemic, we saw adoption of cloud happen at a fast pace, even in the SME segment. So Devender, where are you seeing the transformation happening on the cloud journey? I know you've been focusing on it, but it would be interesting to understand the cloud journey and how cloud adoption is happening across industries before we go back to a security discussion.
Definitely. So before I really get to answer the question of yours, the little correction in my introduction was, though I am related to cloud, I am actually working with Softline now as a national role, taking care of the government sector. So that's where the cloud discussion comes into me. So specifically when you are asking the chip and the change, what is happening, as very correctly Ratna has also been discussing. There are specific industries, obviously, which are still little hesitant to move. But overall perspective, if you say cloud, everyone wants to improve on the productivity side. or everyone wants to provide very innovative customer-centric solutions to their clientele. So cloud adaptability has definitely increased during this pandemic, during over a period of time, anyhow, from few years. The couple of industries very correctly Ratna mentioned was the banking, and the other I would add up would be the government, where the portfolio I take care of. They are going a little slow for a simple reason behind because of the data privacy, lot of compliance issues, and the prime concern happens to be for these two organizations. So they are still into the kind of a hybrid infrastructure model adoption. So still some of the data which has to be there on-prem remains to be on-prem, and slowly some of it starts moving into the the cloud sector, because you can't be completely on-prem at this point in time, the kind of scenario we are in. So the adaptability change is taking a little while. Could be some of different reasons behind, could be a cultural way of working or their organizational structure, which has been there for years, which demands change now. So the industries are building up their digital expertise, but they are really building up now very quickly. We've been seeing a lot of changes, a lot of inquiries, a lot of bids coming up into the government sector also, which has been asking for a lot of clouds implementations, because it has become an integral part of all the offerings at this point in time, as the previous panel was also discussing all throughout the cloud. So I was listening to them, and it was so happy to hear my business is growing. Definitely.
Fabulous, Devin. And I think what I take from Ratna and you is, one is obviously both from a adoption of new technologies happening, cloud is there, but looking at the fact that these are regulated industries, right? And the entire data privacy part of it, the hybrid cloud is the way that we're moving in the enterprise business. And that's what I take back from both your discussions. And when we talk about that, because we talked about hybrid cloud, I really feel that I should talk to Prachi. The next question is going to be to Prachi, because I know she specializes in document management, and we're seeing app modernization happen. We're talking about open source. So Prachi, what's your take on the entire app modernization? Because that's leading the digital transformation.
Hi, Lata. My take on your question would be, industries are becoming more app modernization aware. Considering scalable solutions are able to align and integrate with other solutions. The demand that we see upcoming is a bundle or a complete set of solutions bundled up together, not just one document management system that's a standalone system, or not just one workflow system, which is a standalone system again. What I'm looking as a change in the demand from the customer side in more being modernized is a more bundled up solution, which would be maybe a DMS coupled with a good workflow, cloud hosted SaaS solutions, more standalone licensed systems, or more secure, more provision systems, other than the demands that we used to have previously, wherein just one standalone document system used to be more than enough.
So what you're basically saying is, it's no longer only about one standalone solution going in, but it's very process centric, leading to multiple processes coming together as we look at that, right? And then how many of them get hosted on the cloud versus how many of them are prem, depends on
premise. Yeah, and it also brings in a lot of change organizational wise. I need to restructure my organization, my teams accordingly, train them accordingly, because the demands are changing, are becoming dynamic every quarter.
Absolutely. And people and processes are so key to whatever technology adoption that happens.
Definitely.
Right. And Mansi, you, like we said, right, you're the security expert, you're running your own business. When we really look at security, it's no longer the security of the past. We're looking at, and during the pandemic, as small businesses also adopted and we started working from home, the need to be secure, right? The zero trust, right? Across, and we heard it in the earlier
Definitely.
Well,
Definitely.
right? So Mansi, what are the trends that are driving the security business, and where do you see yourself moving on? I think that would be a critical input that would cut across all industry segments.
Yeah, Lata, before coming to your question, just I want to say something. I mean, I am here, I am in this industry for last 25 years, not 15 years. So please do the correction, number one. Number two, I mean, security is an ocean. You cannot segregate it with endpoint or mail or web or cyber. So, I mean, it's a stack where you cannot, if you are lacking somewhere, and then you know the consequences that there might be a hacking things, there might be a malware attacks, malware infections of the malware, there can be something else also. So, I mean, taking pandemic into consideration, what really I want to say, when the pandemic started, you were thrown into a position where the business continuity was the main thing. It was not about cybersecurity. It was how to continue your business from your office and to home or anywhere. So what, as a cybersecurity expert, what we did was we make sure our customer doesn't lose the productivity. They are functional. They are continuing. They can continue their business. So we started with MFA, that is multi-factor authentication and VPN. With that, we did some sort of cybersecurity hygiene work. That is that we asked people to change their hotspot, their router, their mobiles, password very frequently, and a difficult one. So it's not admin or something like that. So the second thing that I personally did, being into cybersecurity, I asked all my customers to go for the segregation between the professional data and the personal. You are using a mobile phone, you are using a laptop. Sometimes what happens everywhere, your daughter, your son is there, who is doing a class from 8:30 to 9:30 in a free Zoom, and you are going to take the remote just after that. Yeah, I know it's difficult, but it's not, you cannot suggest people to use this sort of thing where, it's a freeware and you are using that. After that, so data breach can always happen at that point of time. It's small thing, but we don't want to, we neglect it sometimes. USB encryption is one of the most, thing that I always say to my guys, my customer, the encryption should be there. See, a particular employee is moving out of your organization. You don't know exactly what to do. He moves out with your laptop. So there should be a difference between a personal data and a professional one, so that you have the access in the professional and you can encrypt it with encryption or mobile device management. You can just stop it out. Third thing that the patching of window patching. People always say, you are into cybersecurity, you are into malware protection, you are into this, that, and all. So I'm not going to patch my Windows. I'm not going to patch my operating system. But they don't, understand the patching is done from the OS level, not from the cybersecurity people. So these are something, using Windows XP still now, using Windows 7 till now, it's a difficult thing for us to, tell them exactly what is happening. And nowadays, what happened? You have a laptop, you have a desktop, or whatever you in your house. The same laptop is having Uber, same laptop is having Swiggy, same laptop is having Zomato, and you have your bank access there. So just think about it, what you are doing. Now you want to, for your credit card statement, you want to call to Citibank or somewhere else. So you go and type it in Google, toll-free number of Citibank. What you are exactly doing, you are bleaching everywhere. You are in a heat. Anything can happen anywhere. It's not about targeted attack. Not only that, digitalization is always welcome. It's okay. I'm not against it, and I cannot be, because that is my bread and butter. But just try to understand one thing. You are scanning the QR code for getting the payment even. So, not giving the payment, getting the payment even. So these are small things which has happened. And in 2021, what we see after this, the people have started, realizing that the work from home is going to continue. So privacy and the data protection, they are focused more on. They are now focused more on artificial intelligence, AI, BI, and RPA. I'm just cutting it short. And again, everybody is saying whatever it is about cloud security is going to take an important part in this one, particularly CASB and all. And except that, I will say OT and IoT security will come to the picture. Robust security solution, whatever you are saying, 0-day protection and all should be there. And the strange factor, according to one of the survey that has been done by ISACA, that is Indian Information of Audit and Control Association, past year, means 2020, we find 59% of the organization worldwide doesn't have a security, they don't have a security position, also cyber security expert position. So how do we think that it will be? It's not a cakewalk. Last 20 years, I'm not doing anything except doing cyber security. Till now I am not happy. So how could we think that our customers are safe? And about the customer, the worry thing, that the most thing that is worried about lack of, knowledge. They want to spend less, lack of agile system integration, poor efficiency, huge operational cost according to them, collaboration with the colleagues and the employees that they are working from home or working from their village is very less. So, these are the things that I want to say. At last, just one word that I want to say. Cybersecurity or security is an ongoing procedure. I always say to my guys, you did not worry about the business, because business is anyway, it will come, because we are the doctor of the computer, we are the doctor of the network, we are not the doctor of the cybersecurity. But there are certain things that you have to do. You have to maintain a cybersecurity hygiene. Security is an insurance. So that's all.
I think, Mansi, you laid it out well. It is never, have I completed my security check? It's a continuous process. You can never say I am secure, right? And I think that is an important aspect of it. The second thing that you laid out is, especially for all of us now working from home, is you have to be really clear. So security starts at home, right? I'm just going to quote something that we always say, but security starts from home. Security starts,
those who wants can have a handbook from me stating what are the things that you should do and what are the things you should not do.
And this is really interesting, because we talked about security, and I want to lead this to Dhriti. And Dhriti, welcome. You have, when I was reading your about you, one of the things that struck me was cyber psychology. So I'm taking on from the cyber security. I thought it'd be interesting for us to know, what do you really mean by cyber psychology, and how is it getting implemented?
Yes, for a long time, we are thinking about, we are listening about banking security, cloud security, data management security, cyber security, lot of securities, right? So, Lata, just you have mentioned that security should start from our home. But I think security should start from here, our mind. Basically, there is no concept of mind. There is no part in our body called mind, right? I think Davinder will be, she will be, acknowledge my this statement, that there is no part in our body called mind. Still, we are very much concerned about our mind. So what about that security? We are securing everything. We are protecting everything around us, our network, our devices, everything. But what about our mind security? What about our psychological security? Now, how that comes from? Basically, we are concerned about certain things happening around us, like extortion, child pornography, cyber attacks, banking attacks, mail attacks, and especially from darknet things that are happening right now worldwide. So these are basically, they are attacking human mind. The first attack is on human mind. Extortion, let me give a simple example. Extortion, kind of, we all are exposed to social social media right now, right? Especially because of this onset of pandemic, we all are exposed to social media, exposed to internet. Especially, not only us, the most important thing is our children is also exposed to internet heavily right now. So they are browsing internet, not only doing online classes, they are browsing internet, they are now in social media. We are into social media, and there are a lot of predators, those who are there waiting for a person who seems to be mentally weak, and there are solid logic and analytics behind them. They use certain algorithm to find out, figure out that who are those are having insanity, or those who are feeling lonely, those who are feeling down. They target them, talk to them, either do a sex chat or some kind of this kind of things, and make a record, and then blackmail them. Then I will make it viral. We had a event of boys locker from Delhi last year, if you remind. That is basically a kind of cyber attack, and that is a part of cyber psychology. Okay, so now you can understand that how we are exposed to the biggest threat of the world, that is cyber psychology. I mean psychological threat. We have heard about the blue whale game, right? The inventor who has invented this game is a psychologist. His logic was that I'm eliminating the weakest part of this world. Those who don't have control on their mind, they should not be, it's a kind of struggle for existence. Okay, you are not fit, then better you eliminate. I eliminate you. Okay, so the next thing, extortion, as I have already mentioned, that's from threats from social media. Especially for our children, they don't know what to do and what not to do with social media. They download so many apps, and with those apps, many different threats are coming down to their mobile. They are downloading those kind of threats, and most of the cases, the front camera of our mobile, of our laptop, these are compromised. And here comes the child pornography. It was not there around 9-10 years ago in India, but now we have identified it was there, but we have not understood, or we have not investigated. But now child pornography is one of the biggest threat in India. Only in Nagpur last month, in 2021 June, 38 cases of child pornography has been identified and notified. Okay, and looking at this point in 2020, last year, government had developed an act, that is 67B, section 67B IT Act, that has been developed 2020. If you are involved into child pornography in any way, you will be having more than 5 years of imprisonment, and along with 10 lakhs cash, that you have to pay to the government. So in many ways, we are under threat. See, institutional or organizational threats are coming from networks. We are telling that. But what about our resources? What about our employees?
Thank you.
Yeah, that is
that touches a very, very critical point about
yes.
people, right? We're not only talking about the processes, we're not only talking about technology, but what is the mental health of our employees, and how are we going to take care of that? I think that is a very, very important topic that we should all touch upon, because the next wave of moving or digital transformation, or as organization address new markets and look at new ways of doing business, the employees are the wealth of the organization. So how are we taking care of the mental health is a very important point. And that takes me back to, let me really, Prachi, this is a question for you. And I know you're really coaching a number of women and you're mentoring women. What do you really focus on, and what has your journey been in terms of ensuring that we have more women leaders, and how are you going about it?
Lata, being a psychology student throughout my life, though I didn't take it as my profession, I do coach a number of women who are maybe housewives, or those who have recently stepped into their career zones, or who have resumed their careers after a long break. A lot of them are hesitant, considering the challenges that are currently, the new challenges that have come up. By not just going to work, but working from home, which binds them to also alongside look at the families and work as a front-end person considering the whole environment. That is what I try to coach them on how to make a division between a personal and a professional life by not mixing the two up. I also try and bind them up. I'm also the vice president of the Association of Information and Imaging Partners, AIM Global. I'm also the vice president for the AIM India chapter, and I try to bring together women and, of course, other organizations led by men together into one community wherein everybody who is into enterprise record management or document management space or record management space coming together, sharing their experiences. We do a number of webinars, number of live webinars. So we learn from each other. Of course, as an individual help, we are always there for each other. I'm a part of a few groups wherein we can directly seek help, give help. That's what I think makes.
Thank you, Prachi. And I think that's an important part, not only mentoring for professional, but home plays a very important part in your professional career growth as well, and the collaboration.
Because now we're all at home. I mean, right now when I'm on the camera, somebody from the family could just walk in between.
Absolutely. And it's very new. It's a new
It's
normal,
a newer
right?
concept, yeah. And it's going to continue at least for a long
time. Yeah. And that takes me to Ratna. Ratna, you've led a journey through the startup ecosystem. So how has your journey been and learning been? Because you've started, you're in the startup engagement and startup business. So would you want to share a few of your learnings? How has that journey been?
Sure. Gosh, this takes me back till 2001 when my journey did start. When I joined a startup, which was purely into cabling. And the guy just called me up and said, do you want to partner with me to just help me to grow the business? You be the business person, I'll be the IT. He's a total techie. And that's how the journey started, just by a call. And I'm totally from a non-IT background. And it was such a journey, which today I can say as a woman who has started businesses, who has enabled businesses, who has also enabled the younger generation, the women, or whether it's a man. The idea is to be totally self-motivated and to never let your passion down. Most of all, you better believe in yourself, even when nobody believes in you. And just to take your business ahead, it was a struggle the first 18 years, but when we got there, it was a massive achievement, because we went from a 5-member team to a 500-member team in a record of about 12 years. And from a 30 lakh company to a 75 crore company, which was it's very hard in the cybersecurity line to make too much of money. But we managed to make it a pure cybersecurity industry. In 18 years, we were known as a force to reckon with. And I'm proud today to say, okay, when I die, at least I'll have some inscription on my grave saying, all right, she did achieve something in her life, even though it was a long time ago. So coming back to startups, is you need the kind of people to run a startup is those who believe in themselves, number one, believe in the craft, believe in what they do, believe in the customer. Because if you do not believe in the customer, you're going to get nowhere. So the customer is the focus. Technology is one part, but the other half is a relationship which has to go well with the customer. That is about, I would say literally 60% of the journey is your relationship with your customers, with the clientele, with the various verticals that you pronounce. And going through traveling for those 18 years through Asia Pacific and receiving those awards, which we did, 45 plus awards finally in that company, where I was for 18 years, it was a high and then there's a low. So there's a high and there's a low. So I've gone through it. And the only thing you have to do is you have to survive. If you can survive the odds, if you can survive the very low period, and as women, I think, I don't want to sound like a pure, feminist, but I think women are able to be women who are multitaskers, who are multifaceted. We are women who are able to withstand the test of time, because a woman has to maintain house and her office. And also the people surrounding. So there's a lot of learnings actually I've taken from everything. And as I'm in my new journey over here, where I've been here for about 2 years, it's a different journey. You enable a company. And again, it's a bit tiring because you have to, again, travel the entire journey. But you go through your lows, but again, there comes a high. So from a woman talking to the people, whether it's women, whether it's men, I would say you should just stand strong, very strong, because if your mind is strong, as in fact, Rishi talked about mental health, boy, I told myself I need to go there. And get, and feel like, Davinder also yesterday when she was talking about how or about motivation, you have to keep motivating yourself because no one's going to do it. When you're at the top, there's no one going to motivate you. You have to motivate, or everyone is going to say, what's wrong with her? Is something wrong now? So women are looked upon as people, as sort of a human race which can actually blend. That's what we are there for. And I think, Lata, you're such a great speaker yourself, and you're moderating so well. I have to give hats off to you.
It's kudos to the same college.
And we're in the same college, so let's give ourselves.
But you've actually responded to, I know Akshay in the chat had asked a question about significant challenge that you believe women in the industry face and what's your solution. And I'm going to take this to Mansi, because Mansi is running her own business, 25 years plus. Mansi, so what are the challenges that you faced and how have you become part of the solution? Don't have to answer it exactly as the question is, but I think everyone would be interested to hear your journey and how you've done it.
Lata, let me tell you something about my journey only, because I feel there should be challenge, and I always perform better in challenges. I don't know why. Again, a self-motivated person, or I sit idle whenever, I'm just like being a sports person. Whenever you are going to the crease, you don't know how many bouncers are going to come in over. So I'm ready. Throw as many bouncers you want, I'm going to take it. So that should be the mentality of a person. It's not kya hoga zindagi mein. It's okay. So few more pandemic is okay for me. So I'm ready to take anything. So that's one part. And the second is that how I have taken the security, my security journey. There are two things. That once, how did I become a security expert, and then how did I start with concentrating? I was an assembly language and C++ programmer. So what I used to do, I used to create viruses. Raindrop virus was one of the viruses that I created. You type your name and one after another it will fall. I wrote some of the partition table and boot sector viruses. So I was working in a company called National System Private Limited. But then what I started with a group of people. I started making some utility tool. One of the utility tool was that I'm talking about the DOS and the Windows days. You are supposed to take a snap of your entire hard disk and keep it in the last sector, and then you zap or pack or del start.star command, and everything will go out, and as like a magic you are going to put it back. So that was a beta version, and I won't name the customer. I was giving a demonstration out there. What I did, I took the entire data, put it in last two clusters, and then I saw, everything is coming back. So that didn't came back. Nothing, no data I could recover. Then you can understand, as girl with 23, 24 years, what happens. If you do that sort of mistake. That was the first mistake I did as a technical person. The second, I went to Calcutta Stock Exchange. I was giving a demonstration there also. And it was a LAN environment, local area environment. I was changing something. All of a sudden, I pushed Ctrl-Alt-Delete. I don't know why. And everything went for a toss for half an hour. So that was the second incident. My boss called me and told me, Mansi, you are too much fast in technicalities. You think beyond the box. So from now, and you are good. Whenever you are doing this thing also, at the same time, you are selling to that particular people. How we don't know how you are going to send this particular NASPAC, 5 boxes of NASPAC to, Calcutta Stock Exchange. How did you do it? So why don't you do one thing? You we are going to promote yourself as the regional manager of that particular company called Ashop System. I was the regional manager at the age of 24. I was very happy. So what happened? That from DOS to Windows, the transition was there. So this company couldn't transform itself to the Windows platform. They were a command line. I mean, it was a command line, not a GUI interface. So he couldn't do anything. So that company was closed. I went to Red Alert. The company Red Alert got closed within 1 year. I went to Dr. Solomon, it got closed. So now my father-in-law came and told me, Mansi, now only one thing you can, whenever you are going now, it is getting closed. You open your own company and show it to me that is also closed. So touch wood, this is 22nd year of Macos Infotech. It's not closed. Another 25 years, at least I'm going to run my company. And that is my journey of becoming a security person to an entrepreneur. I have a wonderful team, a very technically sound team. And I'm last year, my growth was near about 20% bottom line. I look after only bottom line, no top line. So that's all about it.
Thank you, Mansi. And to carry on from where Ratna said, resiliency is a feature, right? You need to be resilient. You don't have to worry about failures. And congratulations. I can always say every failure makes you learn more. I'm going to go back to Dhriti. And Dhriti, I know everyone was very interested in the cyber psychology. I saw that. I'm going to really ask you, how have you transformed the business, right, from your side of it, because you were into the infrastructure business. So what's been your journey in the last 2 years, and what's the new technology adoption that you're doing?
Yeah, basically, we, as you have said that, we were in on-prem services. Basically, we are providing infrastructure to the training companies and all the big 4 companies. But, and it was running excellent. Last few years, our turnovers were really good and we were really happy. But somehow from 2017, I got a hunch that this is not going to be for a long time, because I was in touch with few of my friends from outside India, and I got a hunch that this infrastructure business is going to be in a toss. So I have heard about a few technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and I was not very aware of those things. What was that? But I was curious because I was in a very creative in nature and very curious about new technologies. Always I have adopted new technologies. So I have started learning virtual reality. And within very few months, I have been very much discouraged that virtual reality is not going to come into India. At least it's not going to be popular in India very soon. And you are wasting your time. But I prefer to stick to my sixth sense. And as soon as this pandemic happened, even before that, I have admitted myself in London University, took some certificates on virtual reality, and I have started we have started our own academy, Disavision Academy, where we used to, provide training on virtual reality, augmented reality, on these subjects. And virtual reality, actually many of maybe our audience is not very aware of it. To let me give a very brief intro of virtual reality, what it is. Basically, it is something that is not real, created environment, computer generated image created environment that seems to be real, and you can feel your presence there. It's that strong. You can call it an illusion, immersion, many things. Okay, so basically virtual reality is very helpful, and it has application in many industries like education, like fashion industry, entertainment industry, journalism, engineering industry, safety and security. Companies like Linde, they have started their employee training with virtual reality. Many virtual reality films are coming up now in entertainment industry. Even many journalism has developed many ways. Different companies are using virtual reality as one of their strongest tool right now, with help of mixed reality and augmented reality. So looking at this prospect, now we have completely transformed our company. Now we are more into digital marketing, more into virtual reality, augmented reality, and especially we have automated most of our system, because automation is the next big thing that is coming to the industry. It saves lots of money and time. So as all of us have already discussed, that resilience and flexibility and right time awareness of technology or technological updatation, that is, I think, the key of success for every entrepreneur or every leader.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you've covered 2-3 points. One, and this is, we have the entire channel community here. One is the ability to look at how times are changing and how you need to change your organization as well. How are you adopting new technologies? Because your business is going to transform, right? How are you adopting? Because the client needs are changing, the markets are broadening. And one of the things that I really liked in what you said is the fact that you're also into the training, right? And that means a very critical thing that we really are looking at is how many more women are there in the STEM or in technology. And you don't have to really have a technology background, but you can still come into the technology space. And I think we really need to look at, first is how many girls do we have in STEM courses? The second is how many women are we increasing in our technology industry? I think that's a key point that you've also touched as new segments open up through augmented reality, and the others. And therefore, I'm going to go back to my last question to Devendra. We touched upon resiliency, we touched about passion, we touched about belief in customers, and the most important part is mental health. As we went through the pandemic, a lot of us, we know, faced grief. We also know that a lot of us were affected. And it was so important, as you said, is to maintain mental balance and health. So my last question is going to be Devendra, and I've heard that she is into really looking at how she's motivating people and balancing the health side of it. So Devendra, do you want to give a few tips to the people?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So in fact, I'm drifting you out of little on the technology discussion now. While it is now ending up, I think let's have some tips, not the technology only, but tips to make sure we as a whole exist for some more time in a much proper format and a manner we should be, So coming to the tips part of it, Lata, there have been a lot of learning last 5-6 years for me, though I've been into the industry for 25 years. But the life was running rat race. It's like FZ way, trying to accommodate everything, a lot of important, urgent, practical, impractical, all the scenarios in place. But when we really got our time to sit down and think through what's happening, we lost so many people last year. So many. On the top, they have every damn thing in their hand, but the existence itself went off. So what are we doing? We're just running and doing this. We need to be balanced enough to be able to cater to the ask there in the market and always be there for that ask. So there are something which I felt and I started doing, and I started helping a lot of other people while I was learning. So I started sharing with a lot of people through some of my Facebook community also to reinvent them, to be able to come out with whatever they have. So immediate piece, which everyone started working on this year, you must have noticed, is passion. People started moving towards their passionate life. What is it they really look forward to and love it? Important piece to start with, according to me, is self-care. It's not only physical, but the mental piece of it also. We've been into screens like anything. So there are a few things I follow. Something like as a screen curfew for some time, So you need to define some time slots for yourself. That is a screen curfew for me. I am not touching it. Either you put an alarm for yourself or do something about it. Because throughout the day, if you are at home, throughout the day, you are on work. And you don't stop that ever. You're deteriorating yourself completely because you are not slotting yourself in your personal and professional life separately. So everything is getting merged. So what we need to do is slot your times differently. The basic thing, the very first thing to when you start your day, whenever you get up, the very first of your day is and you can really take care of your whole day very precisely, appropriately. What I do, I can give some tips. Maybe you can follow and you can, am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes, yes, you are. In between, there was a slight break, but it's better.
There was a lag.
No,
okay,
it's better now.
Hopefully, if it is correct.
There was a lag.
The immediate thing, the immediate thing, what I do, the moment I get up and open my eyes, the very first thing, we have learned it in a hard way, but we need to follow it for a long period of time, even if time improves, is the gratitude for what we already have. Immediately, I pick up my notebook with my bedside and I start writing, what do I already have in my hand? And I keep thanking every damn thing, whether it could be a bed of mine or a fridge or a washing machine, which helps me throughout the day. So thanking everything, starting with the thanking God, you have given me that today as a day. Thank you for everything. My family happened to be completely, perfectly all right throughout this 1.5 years of issue around, not to the nearest area, because our mindsets are completely built that this is it, okay, this is there, it exists, we accept, we are aware. But how do we deal with it? Our own self, not to get scared, not to have fears, because those really bogs you down, are the reasons, are main reasons. The moment you start getting scared and start having that fear, you attract what you keep thinking. One basic factor, or you keep attracting what you keep thinking. So that is the important piece we need to take care of. So slot your first hour, 20 minutes you can slot, let's say little exercise, introspection of your own thoughts. What are you thinking? Because early in the morning thoughts are sometimes other hints by your soul to yourself that is your way forward. There could be a possibility you may get a hint that this is your future, this is where you want to get into, introspection. And it could be some reading or passion, you have some listening to music, or you want to write something. I write a lot of blogs and posts early in the morning because that's where my passion lies. And I record podcasts because I've been following Guru Granth Sahib Ji nowadays and explanations. So this is the early morning time which gives me a feeling. My mom used to say, "Padhte kyun nahi ho tum? Why don't you just read through?" I said, "Guru Granth Sahib Ji खोलती हूँ, पढ़ती हूँ, बस पढ़ लिया, खत्म हो गया, मुझे समझ कुछ नहीं आया." So this is where I thought, why not? And I need to understand, people need to understand, let me read through it, understand it and explain it to them also. So that I also understand, them also understand. So this is where I started all of these pieces put together as a passion last couple of years. That helped me. Last tip, whenever you are taking care of yourself, divide yourself in 4 compartments. That is your internal empires. So one, immediately the compartments could be, the very first one, very important, everyone talks about it, not to really get into too much of details, is mindset. If you're in a happy state, you can achieve any damn thing in life. So this is where it is very, very important to stay in that happy state. Whatever is wrong happening, it is happening, it is okay. Not impacting you, don't get bothered, don't get bogged down. Help people, don't sympathize, but empathize with them. That's very important. Don't go deep dive into their issue, where you start feeling the issue on your own self. Help them through. Don't sympathize that. The another second compartment of yours could be emotional. Where you need to see, are you emotionally balanced? Do you have a lot of good relationships around who can help you when you are feeling low? That is something very important. So have very healthy emotional around scenarios for yourself around. Third thing your compartment is very important is the health. People are just running behind money, having high BPs, high sugars, a lot of issues. And those are the people who actually have faced this pandemic in a bad way. They are the people who were the first, who would get attacked with the issue. So that is something has to go along with when you are working. And the last one, not the least and my favorite one, the fourth portion of yours is your soul. You feed whole day your body with the food of your love. Whatever you want to feel like eating, you eat. What is it you're feeding to your soul? Are you feeding your soul at all? Or are you keeping it hungry to come back again in next incarnations, to come back to find out that food you need to give it to it? And that's called a silence. Go within, meditations help. Something you guys can really, taking out of the technology completely into a mental state.
And Devinder, it is very important, right? Because as is the situation with your own health or mental health, is how you also really engage with others. If you're not really feeling good inside yourself, you're not going to really exude that feeling outside and get it going as well. So thank you for that one. I think it is something that as we've gone through the pandemic, all of us have realized the importance of mental health, the need to, I would say, meditate. And meditate can be done in many ways. It can be with whatever you get absorbed into doing and you enjoy doing is meditation. It can be reading a book, it can be into music, anything I would say is meditation. But thank you so much. Devendra, Dhriti, Mansi, Prachi, Ratna, pleasure meeting all of you. And I know I will keep in touch with you because I found the women tribe that I need to be connected to. Really happy to see the way that you've been engaged in the industry, the way that you're driving engagement in the marketplace, and it's a pleasure knowing you. I'm going to really summarize some of the things that we talked about. One was obviously the entire journey that's happening around the hybrid cloud, AI, blockchain space, the fact that digital transformation is happening, but what is more critical also is the people and the processes, not just the technology. And more importantly, as we've talked in this panel discussion in the last, security at its peak, right? And the fact that you really need to ensure that security starts, I would not say even from your place, but as Dhriti said, from here, from your mind, right? And that is the piece that, so zero trust security actually starts from your mind, nowhere else, is what Dhriti said. And to tap it all is what really drives all of us is the passion, the resiliency, and the fact that we want to really get things done. So thank you so much for being such dynamic women. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lata. Thank you so much for this wonderful moderation. I mean, so wonderful.
Lata,
you've been amazing.
You've been a fabulous moderator, and the insights coming from you itself are pretty great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Lata, and thank each one of you.
Thank you, Mansi.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sanjay. Pragya, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, I think at the end of this panel discussion, needless to say, amazing and incredible things happen when so many incredible women come together and speak. And that's what we just witnessed. There was enlightening, things we talked about. There were things that we learned and will definitely help us boost our businesses. And there were things that we need to take care of while we are, becoming digitally advanced and using technology as the new tool. On that note, once again, I'd like to thank all the panelists and I'd like to thank our moderator. Thank you, Lata ma'am. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a quick musical break, as I had announced in the afternoon when we began the summit during the agenda announcement. And we will now have some refreshing music coming your way so that we can all, quickly charge up ourselves for the awards, which will be followed by the musical break. So let's hear to some nice melody, and post which I'll be back announcing the top 100 cloud event world.
कभी सोचता हूँ कि मैं कुछ कहूँ, कभी सोचता हूँ कि मैं चुप रहूं। आदमी जो कहता है, आदमी जो सुनता है, जिंदगी भर वो सदाएं पीछा करती है। आदमी जो कहता है, आदमी जो सुनता है, जिंदगी भर वो सदाएं पीछा करती है। आदमी जो देता है, आदमी जो लेता है, जिंदगी भर वो दुआएं पीछा करती है। कोई भी हो हर ख्वाब तो सच्चा नहीं होता, कोई भी हो हर ख्वाब तो सच्चा नहीं होता। बहुत ज्यादा प्यार भी अच्छा नहीं होता। कभी दामन छुड़ाना हो तो मुश्किल हो, प्यार का के रास्ते छूटे तो रास्ते में फिर वफाएं पीछा करती है। आदमी जो कहता है, आदमी जो सुनता है, जिंदगी भर वो सदाएं पीछा करती है। कभी कभी मन धूप के कारण तरसता है, कभी कभी मन धूप के कारण तरसता है, कभी कभी फिर झूम के सावन बरसता है। पलक झपके यहाँ मौसम बदल जाए, प्यास कभी मिटती नहीं, एक बूंद भी मिलती नहीं, और कभी रिमझिम घटाएं पीछा करती है। आदमी जो कहता है, आदमी जो सुनता है, जिंदगी भर वो सदाएं पीछा करती है। आदमी जो देता है, आदमी जो लेता है, जिंदगी भर वो दुआएं पीछा करती है। हौसला अफजाई के लिए शुक्रिया।
Very good job, President. And a big round.
Well, that was a beautiful song if we actually, understand it. But with that, we have yet another very quick musical presentation. Let's hear to another beautiful melody before we quick start the Top 100 Cloud Evangelist Awards.
लिए सपने निगाहों में चला हूँ तेरी राहों में, लिए सपने निगाहों में चला हूँ तेरी राहों में, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं। कई यादों के चेहरे हैं, कई किस्से पुराने हैं, तेरी सौ दास्ताने हैं, तेरे कितने फसाने हैं। कई यादों के चेहरे हैं, कई किस्से पुराने हैं, तेरी सौ दास्ताने हैं, तेरे कितने फसाने हैं। मगर एक वो कहानी है जो अब मुझको सुनानी है, मगर एक वो कहानी है जो अब मुझको सुनानी है, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं। हाथों की गर्मी से पिघल जाएंगी जंजीरें, मेरे कदमों की आहट से बदल जाएंगी तकदीरें। मेरे हाथों की गर्मी से पिघल जाएंगी जंजीरें, मेरे कदमों की आहट से बदल जाएंगी तकदीरें। उम्मीदों के दिए लेकर ये सब तेरे लिए लेकर, उम्मीदों के दिए लेकर ये सब तेरे लिए लेकर, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं। कभी तुझको गिला मुझसे, कभी मुझको शिकायत है, मगर फिर भी तुझे मेरी, मुझे तेरी जरूरत है। कभी तुझको गिला मुझसे, कभी मुझको शिकायत है, मगर फिर भी तुझे मेरी, मुझे तेरी जरूरत है। मैं ये इकरार करता हूँ, मैं तुझसे प्यार करता हूँ, मैं ये इकरार करता हूँ, मैं तुझसे प्यार करता हूँ। जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं। ला 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 la 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 la
With that positive, on that positive note, we now have come to another very, very important segment of today's summit, which is the awards. But before we start announcing the categories and the winners, let me just quickly take a moment to thank all our sponsors, our gold sponsor, Fortinet, our branding partner, WebRex Data Center, our PR partner, Alliance Public Relations, our media partner, SME Channels and Enterprise IT World, and the event has been organized by Accent Info Media. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get to announcing the top 100 Cloud Evangelists Award. We will have the screen. Yeah, okay, there it is. We'll now be starting the Cloud Summit Awards. The first category is Application Developers of India for 2021, and the winners are Ecosystem and Technology, Intelligent Technology, Cockpit Analytics Private Limited, RSPN Infotech Private Limited, WebEx Technologies Private Limited. And the next category is ISB of India for 2021, and the winners are AI Lifebot, Exosys Technologies Private Limited, CDP India Private Limited, Cave Information Technology Limited, Digital Glue, Fourth Dimension Software Services India Private Limited, ICT Circle, New Allies Global Technologies Private Limited, Inspire Automation LLC, Rayosha Food Services Private Limited, Proteus Technologies Private Limited, Protect Manize Solutions Private Limited, Solution Enterprises, TechCalic.com, CNET Technologies Private Limited. Next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Cloud Partner of India for 2021, and the winners are Abhi Technologies, ACPL Systems, Adit Microsystems Private Limited, Advacent Consulting Services Private Limited, ROPC Network Private Limited, Asset Infotech Limited, ITAS India Private Limited, Aurora Global Connect, Central Data Systems Private Limited, Cherry Labs Technology Private Limited, Cloud Starts, OnPrompt Solutions LLP, CompuSoft Advisors India Private Limited, Cybernetics Technologies Private Limited, DataBank Computer Services, Delta Craft Solutions Private Limited, Dynacon Systems and Solutions Limited, Exponent Technologies Private Limited, eSoft Online, SN Vision Software Private Limited, Future IT Services, Larry Solutions, Infotech Computers and Communications, Indonesia Global Technologies Private Limited, Inside Business Machines Private Limited, Infotech Private Limited, Macause Infotech, Magnanimous Systems Private Limited, Medley India Info Solutions Private Limited, Network Tech Lab India Private Limited, Tentacle IT Solutions Private Limited, Endowment Systems and Services Private Limited, Progression Infonet, Questa Software Systems Private Limited, Radiant Software Private Limited, Cubic Info Tech Private Limited, Secure Network Solutions India Private Limited, Shivami Cloud Services Private Limited, Silicon Net Secure Private Limited, SkySearch Business Solutions Private Limited, Offline Services India Private Limited, Smart Solutions, Super Informatics Private Limited, Taurus Computer Systems, Team Computers Private Limited, Tech Gyan, Solutech Private Limited, Tricom Multimedia Private Limited, Tectonic Pro IT Services, Umbrella Infocare Private Limited, Infosol Private Limited, Webrex India Limited, Private Limited, Excel Host Cloud Services Private Limited, Express. Well, that's it. So that was the list of the winners for the Top 100 Cloud Evangelists Award. And we now have the conclusion for today's summit, which is the vote of thanks. I'd like to request Sandeep sir to please come over on screen and deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Pragya.
Thank you, sir.
We come to one conclusion and to the end of this very interesting event today. It was a very long plan to do such event, because from the industry we get a lot of insights, which was today's event had a lot of insights. And I guess we would like to bring in more and more events, such events like this in future. So let me thank all those panelists, moderator, and congratulations to all our winners. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the proceedings for today. I hope that you all had properly witnessed each and every presentation that we had here, and I am totally positive that each word that has been said here has been absorbed and has been very carefully monitored and will be very, very helpful for all the people watching. Thank you once again for all your time. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to the moderators. Thank you to our keynote speakers. And in the end, I'd like to once again thank Enterprise IT World and SME for this opportunity. Once again, I wish all of you good health, and let's hope that we come out of this COVID situation very, very soon. And the post-COVID world is even more brighter and more beautiful. Wishing all the health and happiness to you all. I am signing off. My name is Pragya Tiwari, and it was an absolute pleasure for me to be your host for today's virtual event. Thank you once again. Take care.
चाहिए थोड़ा प्यार चाहिए, चाहिए थोड़ा प्यार चाहिए। जाने मन गुल बदन मेरी बात मानिए, चाहिए थोड़ा प्यार चाहिए। प्यार चोरी छुपे प्यार कभी होना चाहिए, रुत हो जवां फिर तो हमें होना चाहिए। और चोरी छुपे प्यार कभी होना चाहिए, रुत हो जवां फिर तो हमें होना चाहिए। जय काली कलकत्ते वाली तेरा वचन न जाए खाली, बचा लो अरे बजाओ ताली। चाहिए थोड़ा प्यार चाहिए। जाने मन गुल बदन मेरी बात मानिए, चाहिए थोड़ा प्यार चाहिए। प्यार कोई हंसी कर न सका मेरा सामना, मेरी नजर जादू भरी दिल को थामना। और सका मेरा सामना, मेरी नजर जादू भरी दिल को थामना। जय काली कलकत्ते वाली तेरा वचन न जाए खाली, छोकरी लोग बजाओ ताली। ला 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 ला। चाहिए थोड़ा प्यार चाहिए, जाने मन गुल बदन मेरी बात मानिए। ला 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 ला। फूलों का तारों का सबका कहना है, 1000 में मेरी बहना है। सारी उम्र हमें संग रहना है, फूलों का तारों का सबका कहना है।